Ooh, what up, H-Town? Hey, how we doing?
He's Blank, I'm Branham. It's Brian McDonald behind the glass, and it's a Monday edition of the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. Joe said I was talentless. Well, we know what happened to Joe. It is good to have Brian with us, though. It's good feng shui, I think, Blinkers.
Yeah.
We need three Killer Bees. We had two
Yep.
Bees, and we had a non-Bee. Now we have another Bee with us. Brian's going to be with us for the foreseeable future, although he hasn't changed the graphic on the Killer Bees. It still says at Joe George Radio. Unbelievable that Joe's still getting a little bit of the Killer Bee rub despite no longer being with the Killer Bees.
I could not agree more that we have now consistency of all three bees in the hive instead of trying to fake it. And if there's one kind of promotion that we know Joe loves, it's self-promotion. So there was never a doubt that he was going to leave no stone unturned about as long as he can, he is going to promote the bullpen and everything Joe George.
Double Rod's asking, is Joe gone? Joe's still with the station. He's just not with the Killer Bees anymore for a variety of reasons. Anyways, Micah Parsons, NBA All-Star Weekend, we'll get to a lot of this stuff. A lot of it was crap, for lack of a better way to put it. A lot of it was crap. Full squad workouts for the Houston Astros today. It's nice to see. I'm sitting here geeking out on batter versus pitcher stuff. Like, we're seeing Josh Hader face Alex Bregman in his golf fade swing. We're seeing Jeremy Pena hit a line drive to left off of Ryan Presley. Rake Myers took a middle reliever who has no chance to get to the big leagues over the wall in left field at West Palm Beach. Baseball season's here, Blinkers. I love it.
I do too. I you know what? You even got me on one that I normally consider myself as someone that knows the rules of baseball. You even tweeted today, and I was like, I did not know that on a balk call.
Oh yeah,
that it's not dead until the that was amazing to me. So I am fired up for baseball as well. I'm like you, watching the videos, trying to keep up on everything Astros, and it's exciting. And I can't wait for, the spring training games to begin and then start looking at how the roster is going to shape up, because obviously that's a lot to look forward to with a team that's that good. And let's not sweep it under the rug completely. I'm also looking forward to your game tonight and the game that you guys played on Saturday. U of H played their tails off, buried the Texas Longhorns. I'm sure you were respectful and did not do any horns down. But what a good win for Calvin Sampson and that squad, and what a big game coming up tonight.
Yeah, that was a lot of fun. Houston doesn't like Texas.
Right.
I don't think there's a university in Texas that likes Texas, and I think that's a compliment to Texas, right? Mm-hmm. Like, if everybody hates you, that means you're doing something right. But that was a lot of fun on Saturday. They set a Fertitta Center record, and I expect they're going to do it again. Game got moved till 8, which means I'm doing the full show here. I am on remote. I'm at U of H baseball, and I'll walk over to the Fertitta Center as soon as the show is done. But yeah, the balk thing that happened with U of H baseball over the weekend. The pitcher got called for a balk, didn't come set, delivered the pitch. Our dude hit a 2-run homer over the wall in right center, and they're like, "Hey, you're supposed to be a dead ball." Nope, a balk's not a dead ball. What was funny too is as I talked about it prior in the broadcast on another balk, I was like, a hitter can swing here. If he hits a home run, it's best case scenario for the offense. Anyways, I don't think many people care about that. Maybe some.
I'm glad I learned something.
It's interesting. It's one of the little unknown things in baseball. But Micah Parsons was talking over the weekend. He was talking on the Stephen A. Smith show, and he brought up certain things about what he would like the Cowboys to do. So did he lay out the blueprint of what the Houston Texans should do? On those things that he talked about, he wants to add a bigger linebacker. Okay, sounds great to me. Wants to get a nasty 330-pound interior defensive lineman. Okay, that sounds great to me. Bring back Tony Pollard. Okay, that sounds pretty good. I don't know if Pollard's the name that I want from the running back or if I even want a running back. But bullet point. If that's the Texans offseason, I'd be pretty pleased. Did he lay out the blueprint, Blankers, for the Texans offseason?
I think that, we always factor in and pay close attention to D'Amico. And if D'Amico was telling us the truth in wanting to bolster the defensive line and do some things to improve that defense, then I think 2 of the 3 knock themselves out right there and check off the list. And then from a running back perspective, we know that they've got to do something with the running back because Singletary's a free agent. But regardless of which way they turn, if that's what they choose to do, well, you have all the assets of the draft. You still have money to spend, and that would be a pretty darn good start to improving this football team going forward.
Yeah, maybe we can throw out some like realistic names that aren't necessarily like top of the market on all of these things. Because maybe you can add a bigger linebacker without spending top dollar. Maybe you can get a nasty 330-pound interior defensive lineman that tries to hurt quarterbacks in the playoffs in some other ways. Bring back a Tony Pollard. Maybe there's another running back that's out there that exists that can fit along these lines. So what moves fit that for the Texans? Like, is re-signing Devin Singletary at expected market value? Is that similar-ish to bringing back Tony Pollard or signing Tony Pollard?
No, I don't think Singletary equates to Tony Pollard. I think Singletary and Sweeteners could make for a better, more effective running back room. But, I think that I mean, no knock on Singletary, but Pollard's a step above of Singletary. And I think that, it depends on where you're shopping and how much you're willing to spend in terms of how good of a running back you can get to be better than Singletary, because there obviously are guys out there, and are you willing to spend the Saquon money, or are you willing to look at maybe a little bit older Derrick Henry? Are you looking at different running backs that could possibly help you, and how much you're willing to pay to get that kind of running back? We talked about it. I think you can get a running back in the 4th or 5th round that can do a lot of good for your squad and help your depth, but that frontline guy is going to be interesting.
Yeah, I agree with everything you said. Like, Tony Pollard's a better football player than Devin Singletary. I think the conversation when you're comparing the two is the prices. Whenever you look at Tony Pollard and then the dollar value versus Devin Singletary and the dollar value, which of the two do you prefer? Frankly, I don't think I want to be in the Tony Pollard business. So I like your idea. Like, let's re-sign Devin Singletary and try to get him back on a deal like he was on last year. $3.5 million. I'm intrigued by some of the second, third tier free agents, and you probably can nitpick at me and say, well, Tony Pollard's amongst the second to third tier free agents. Like, if you want to go the veteran route, I think Derrick Henry's intriguing. I don't want him to be my 3-down running back, but he intrigues me. Austin Eckler intrigues me from a completely different sense. Now, I'm not going above like $5 million, $6 million on Austin Eckler, but some of the advanced numbers still like Eckler a lot, especially catching the football. And if I can get Austin Eckler on a below market value deal, on a prove-it deal, a 1-year deal, that's something that intrigues me. But above anything else, I want to draft a talented running back in the 4th-ish round. I want youth alongside Devin Singletary. I don't think they're going to move on from Dameon Pierce. He's still a very young running back. Maybe he can kind of carve out a short yardage role for you. I'm certainly not entering the season with him as my running back number 1. But I lean more of the let's get running backs for cheap. And because Tony Pollard's young, I don't think he's going to be that cheap route.
No, I agree with you. And I think that, Tony Pollard, the biggest question is going to be how healthy long-term is he, because he came off an injury, but when he looked right with the Cowboys, he's very effective, but you're trying to figure out and juggle a lot of different things. It was interesting on the highway to hell today that I heard that there's a means and a way that if they sign Mike Evans, and we're encouraging that the Texans should get Mike Evans regardless of the price, that there's a way to get him and still get Josh Jacobs or Saquon, and if you don't get him, you could get into the mix on somebody else. And I'm going, and where else is the rest of your money coming from? Is there a certain tree you can shake where you can get more cap space and money that we don't know about? Because it was absolutely ridiculous to me, and they weren't. Then they were like, then they moved on and said, and by the way, with Grenard, I don't think he gets 15. And both of them agreed that that a 3-year, $36 million deal for Grenard will get it done. I'm like, what? Whatever you're on, are you passing that around? Because I just don't see the scenarios.
Yeah, I don't see how you're signing Evans in a top 2-tier running back and then having the money to spend on 7 or 8 other guys. That to me is not realistic. I don't think they did their homework there.
No,
I don't think they did their homework. What if the linebacker spot? So we covered the running back spot. Micah Parsons perhaps laying out the blueprint. Do you like this blueprint that Micah Parsons laid out? 713-780-3776. What if your big free agency splash? Because, I mean, you're going to spend in free agency. You're not. I don't think you're going to spend top dollar on multiple players. I'm not even sure you're going to spend top dollar on one player. But what if your high market buy is Patrick Queen? Would you be all right with that?
Oh, I like Patrick Queen's game a lot. Yeah, I think that your biggest thing is going to be upgrades. And if you could upgrade because the team is obviously upgraded and the team is playing at a different level, if you can upgrade from the guy that you're moving on from, then absolutely I'd be interested in that, because Patrick Queen is an athletic, strong linebacker that I have a lot of confidence in, that I think makes this defense better, and I think D'Amico could do a lot of things with him.
Yeah, see, I was on board with that at first, and then I started doing a little bit of digging on it. And Patrick Queen got a lot better when they moved him out of middle linebacker. And they said that he's very similar to what Christian Harris brings to the table, and that neither one's really a middle linebacker. They're both kind of outside linebackers. So I'm actually out on Patrick Queen because I think that he's too similar to Christian Harris, and I need somebody that's a little bit more that's more of a middle linebacker that's going to rack up 120, 130 tackles. And I know Queen's capable, but Queen's not really a middle linebacker based on the digging that I did and the research that I did. And because I really like where Christian Harris is at, I don't want to stunt his growth. So I'm actually out on Queen.
I agree with the fact that I don't want to stunt Christian Harris's growth, but I think Queen is stronger. And I think that in terms of the hit game, and going in and kind of bringing the wood as opposed to just making tackles, I like his game. I think there's a scenario where those guys could play alongside one another and be very effective.
And I would just push back a little bit because what we've seen from the NFL today, you're not spending, more than 30-40% of your time in a base 4-3 defense, and the idea that you need that actual status quo middle linebacker that we think of, the Brian Urlachers. I don't think that really applies to today's NFL where you're spending most of your time in nickel and playing for the pass anyway.
Yeah, and the Texans spent the second half of their season where nickel was their base. They played 98% nickel in the final 8 games. I just want somebody who has a different skill set, and I think Brian's point's a really good one. I just want different skill set than what I have with Harris.
Well, and I think the other thing that you got to think about is if you're thinking about D'Amico's ideal defense, he's looking for another Fred Warner, and those are not easy to find. But if you could find a guy that's athletic, that can cover, that can also clog up the middle and bring the wood, that'd be great. It's just even in free agency, you're either going to pay through the nose to get a guy like that. And I don't think most of those guys are going to become available because a lot of them are going to get franchise tagged. And I just don't know if that guy on free agency out there in free agency exists right now.
Yeah. And the ultimate thing here is I trust D'Amico. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
If D'Amico Ryans is saying that
especially
Patrick
at
Queen,
linebacker.
Exactly. If I personally would I'm out on Patrick Queen, but if D'Amico Ryans we're signing Patrick Queen on this deal and this are the terms and we're going to play him alongside Christian Harris, I'm going to be like, okay.
Have you seen
I
Patrick
trust you,
Queen's projected cap? His projected market value, the list I'm looking at right now has Patrick Queen projected at $92 million over 5 years, 18.5 per year. It's a hefty tag if you want to make that purchase in free agency.
What I do like about Patrick Queen though is that he was trying to kill C.J. Stroud in the playoff game, and C.J. Stroud told Patrick Queen, "You're trying to kill me," and Patrick Queen said yes. I like that from my football players trying to kill the opposing quarterback. And how about the defensive line, the final one of the blueprint of Micah Parsons, nasty 330-pound interior defensive lineman. I'm a huge fan of 300-pound men that are trying to kill the opposing quarterback. Couple of names, you can get this through the draft, right? You look at the 2 Texas kids, Byron Murphy. I've read some stuff on Tavondre Sweat where he might not be a scheme fit. He's a little better for a 3-4 maybe, based on the stuff that I'm reading. I love the name Byron Murphy. The problem is you're going to have to draft him at 23 if he's still there.
If he's there. And the kid from Illinois is an interior lineman that a lot of people are high on. There's guys in the draft that I think that you can look at that could fit that bill. It's just that it became very clear and obvious to us that after D'Amico made that comment about improving the defensive line, that Rankins probably isn't in their plans. And I thought Rankins was a good fit here. But if he's not the fit, then whoever you draft better be ready to plug and play it at a very high level, because Rankins took that interior defensive line along with Collins to a place that it hasn't been in 3 or 4 years.
Yep, 713-780-ESPN. What do you think of the blueprint that Micah Parsons has laid out? Nasty, 330-pound dude, running back, add a bigger linebacker. Do you like that? Who are the names that you like that fit the mold? 713-780-ESPN. Busy show. HRP listener line, 713-780-3776. We're on the Twitch, twitch.tv/ESPN975. We're on the YouTube. Just search ESPN Houston on YouTube. You can find us there. Joel's at Pac-Man Joel on Twitter. Brian's at Sacked by BMAC. I'm at Jeremy Branham. Also, when we return, which of these under-the-radar free agents excite you? It's the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Hey, before we go to the break, a word for Allstate Windows and Siding. Look, it's time to give your house a facelift by getting some new windows. And I'm telling you, because I'm speaking from experience, I just did it. I could not be happier with the windows that I got from Allstate Windows and Siding. And they do a phenomenal job. And the first thing you're going to notice is it is a facelift. It makes your entire house look more modern, looks sleek, looks absolutely fantastic. It changes the curb appeal in a positive way. But then when you start getting down to the brass tacks of all of this, and you talk to Mary and Mike and the family that runs the business that have been in business for 50 years, supporting ESPN 97.5, sports teams in Houston, but more so than anything else, supporting Houstonians, is they know what they're doing and they're going to tell you the right way to go. And these windows are energy saving. They're going to save you up to 40% on your energy bills. They're going to keep the cool weather in the summer and the warm heat in the winter, and they're going to protect you from hurricanes. They are clear. They are unbelievably good looking, and you're going to want to take advantage of all the specials that they got going on right now. 30% off on all windows, 24 months interest free, discounts for senior citizens and first responders and military. They know what they're doing, and they want to do it for you because they love the people of Houston. Give them a call right now, 832-204-1936, or get online, allstatewindowsandsiding.com. Call them now, 832-204-1936.
Welcome back, Houston. It's the Killer Bees, Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham, live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Which of these under-the-radar free agents do you like for the Texans? 713-780-ESPN, HRMP listener line, 713-780-3776. He's Blank on Branham. Texans Cap put this list together, Cap and Trade. You know him on Twitter, Texans Cap. He's awesome. Fantastic work. Knows everything you need to know about the salary cap, which is great for laymen like me who have no idea how to work anything to do with numbers. So I appreciate the work he does. It makes it simple for us. Before we look at some of the names that he has mentioned, and we're not going to go like offensive linemen, defensive linemen, like we don't know most of these names. We know them, but we're just not familiar with their game. Before we look at that, Chandler Jones apologized. You know, he went off the he went Charlie Sheen on us. He went full Charlie Sheen.
Yeah.
But he's apologized. He said that he's gotten help. I think he said he's gotten help. Do you dare? Would you dare?
No, sir, I would not. And I just think that that's too volatile. The potential of volatility with that situation and it rearing its head again is too dangerous for me, no matter what he could bring to you on the football field. And I know that they want to turn the page on the old Robert McNair approach of you never give a guy a second chance, and if he's got a track record, he's not going to play here. But at the same time, this team's on the up and up. This team's got a lot of young, impressionable players that have been playing good football, and the last thing you need is someone in the locker room to really turn that thing on its ear. And I don't want to take that chance because it's been multiple locations. There's been a lot of different, whole lot of water to try and say is under the bridge. And that might be for some team that, has the veterans in that locker room and a whole lot of people that they feel like can get that situation under control if it would go the wrong way. I'm just not feeling it. I don't think this is the right situation to try something like that.
What's the worst thing that he did?
Well, there's guns, there's threats, there's pushing back really hard publicly with tweets and other things against the organization. There's calling them liars. There's a whole lot more than that. And I could, Google all of it, but I know that he threatened to harm himself.
Yeah.
Then there was the whole rumor of the fact that whether he was in hospital or not, and there's a whole lot there.
I mean, I think he went through some mental health stuff. There's no doubt.
Weapons
I don't know.
too, I think.
Yeah, was it illegal though?
I don't
Were they
know.
illegal
I
weapons?
don't know.
That's the thing. Is like if they're legal, then like why should we care?
I think there was also weapons at the airport.
Okay, that's a problem. I don't know the worst that he did. Like I think most of this harm was on himself, unless there's like a domestic violence charge that I'm unaware of. Like I think most of this was just erratic behavior. And I know that he had the police called twice. I know that he threatened to harm on himself. I know he was acting really, really, really weird. I don't, unless there's some other like where he was harming other people, I don't hate a minimum 1 year incentive laden contract. And whenever he signs it, he is on a zero tolerance policy. He pops off on Twitter, he's cut. He does something that you don't like, he's cut. And you let him know that at the very, very beginning. I would be somewhat interested in that. He was. We don't know what he would have been last year. He didn't play. 2 years ago, 4.5 sacks. It seemed like he started to fall off, and he would be 34 years old. I'm talking league minimum here. But he's not that far removed from a double-digit sack season. He's been a two-time All-Pro, not Pro Bowler, All-Pro, and he's got championship pedigree, because he's brothers with John Jones, and I think that translates. It's in his genes. Being a champion is in his genes. All right, moving on. 713-780
I mean, look,
ESPN.
the first thing that you say about him, though, is I'm not trying to take – this is – you and I have had these discussions about other players in the past, and one that actually played basketball here in Houston where it's not about the ability on the field. There's no doubt about it. Like, he has one of the best 3-year spans as a defensive pass rusher in recent history, but there's just too much baggage to want to bring into that locker room in Houston, I think.
Right, which is why if you do anything that resembles anything that I'm worried about, you're cut. The moment you show any sign of that baggage, he's cut. And if you think that that's going to happen, then you don't make that call. Like if you think that it's 10% possible that shows up again, then you don't bring him in. You have to be convinced that what he went through was an anomaly, it was not himself, blah, 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 blah. So, like, those are the conditions. Like, you better be super convinced, and then secondly, the very first time he shows a hint of it, see ya. You're gone.
Yeah, see, that's why I'm already there, that there's at least a 10% chance in my mind that it could happen, so therefore I'm not willing to take the risk. Do I think that there are teams that are going to look at him? Absolutely.
Yeah, I think he'll be looked at too. And, yeah, I mean, it's fair to have that thought because, I mean, he was acting nuts. All right, here are the under-the-radar free agents. We'll go through them position by position. Let me know if you'd be interested in what level of interest you would have. DeAndre Swift, running back position.
I don't think he's bad. I think that, I think in Detroit, maybe he was misused a little bit and that there just wasn't that fit. I think in Philadelphia, he was good. The price tag, obviously, I always say matters the most to me, but I think DeAndre Swift could be a fit in this offense.
He's still super young. Like, It's crazy. Like, he's going to be 25 years old next year. I know running backs, their lifespan isn't very long, but you're not going to sign a running back on a 4-year deal. Like, even if it's a 3-year deal, you're looking at the age 25, 26, 27. So, like, that benefits him. I don't love that Detroit was super eager to get rid of him. Like, they were not only were they like super eager to get rid of him, but they also brought in 2 completely new running backs. Like they brought in David Montgomery, and then they traded up for Jahmyr Gibbs after they moved on from Swift. So it's like they were still eager to get running back, and they moved on from Swift. I don't like what that tells me. He had a really good – 1,000 yards isn't what it used to be. I don't know if a 1,000-yard season is really good. But he had a better year than I think most people would think. I would be okay with Swift on a deal that doesn't like break the bank. It wouldn't move my needle a whole lot, like maybe like a 5 or a 6. But I think you can do far worse. Zach Moss, who is with Indy backing up Jonathan Taylor.
Zach Moss has got some talent. Zach Moss, again, I think could be a fit here because I think he's got plenty left in the tank. I think when Jonathan Taylor was down, he had some good games. And I would be intrigued. Again, the price matters to me, but I don't think he would cost that much. I would be intrigued by him.
Yeah, he's somebody that intrigues me too because of what I expect the contract to look like. Like, I think you can get him on a pretty similar deal to what you got Singletary on last year. He almost ran for 1,000 yards and was the second running back there. I know he started a lot of games, started 8 games because of Jonathan Taylor. And if you bring back Singletary and Moss used to play together in Buffalo. So, like, not that they're, the chemistry of the running backs means a whole lot, but you'd be kind of running it back with that Buffalo running back tandem of the past.
Yeah, I don't mind that at all. I think that there's a lot of potential there, and maybe you save some money, and maybe you can allocate that money somewhere else. So I'd be fine with that.
That's where I'm at with the value. Here's a name that you know extremely well.
Yeah, I know where you're going.
A.J. Dillon.
I don't think it's a fit at all. I think you have Pierce, and Pierce is supposed to, if anything, if he's going to play, he's going to be your battering ram. That's basically A.J. Dillon to me. A.J. Dillon, quadzilla. He's got massive legs.
Sounds like me.
Yeah, exactly. I always, it's tough how many times I get mixed up between the two of you and your legs. I've seen what he can do. He's going to get you tough yards. He's going to get you yards after contact. In this offensive system, I don't think he is a fit at all, and he's a complimentary back. Yes, if you want to go thunder and lightning, and you bring Singletary back and you bring A.J. Dillon in, yeah, I'm intrigued a little bit by that, but I think he's looking to get more money. And I don't know that the Texans should spend it on a guy like that.
He just hasn't looked good in 2 years in Green Bay. That first year in Green Bay, he looked pretty good. But the last couple years, he's looked like a guy where the offensive line of the scheme has to make the hole for him. He's not a guy that's going to hit the cutback lane or find the hole on his own, accelerate through, and make something where his teammates didn't have something already set up for him. It just feels like you're signing, just a guy off the street. It doesn't feel like he really adds anything extra to your running game.
I'd be more intrigued with him if Pierce wasn't around, Blankers, like you said.
Yep. And I think that 2 years ago, obviously that I've watched every game. 2 years ago, there was a lot left in the tank, and there were some really big. And when Aaron Jones went down, Jones went down, he was fully capable of carrying the whole load and getting yards. Last year, different story, and that's sad because he knew his contract year was coming up, and he was playing for it, and he looked bad.
Antonio Gibson.
I like that a lot.
Yeah, I'd be very intrigued by Antonio Gibson. I think Antonio Gibson has plenty of tread still left on the tires, and I think that offensively with Slowick and with a good quarterback, I think he could be used very well. Yes.
I'm intrigued.
He was a former wide receiver in college. This guy is a guy with receiving skills. In his first 2 years in the league where he was the not every down back, but the main back, he was over 1,000 yards. And 1 year, I believe he had 10-plus touchdowns. So, look, Washington obviously went a different direction with Brian Robinson, but I think Gibson, as Joel said, still has plenty left on the tires because he hasn't been or wasn't the every down back this last season, and he's multifaceted with his ability to also work in the receiving game. So I think he'd be a great under the radar signing.
I'm intrigued by his skill set. Like, there's I can go both ways here. I'm very intrigued by the skill set, and you're right, was a receiver at Memphis. Like, I've seen him firsthand. I think he's extremely, extremely talented. His first 2 years were the best 2 years. He's really good at catching the football. So it's like, if he's your backup running back, it gives you, like, a different skill set than, like, I don't think Singletary's great at catching the ball out of the backfield. I think he's okay. But Gibson would be really good at catching the football out of the backfield. Yep. The thing that I don't like is, like, he had those 2 really good years in his first and second year in the NFL, and then his last 2 years he's kind of disappeared behind who? Like, who's he getting outplayed by? Like, you mentioned Brian Robinson. Brian Robinson was, what, a second, third-round draft pick?
Well, part of that, and this is speaking to someone who had Antonio Gibson at times in fantasy, he had a lot of fumbling issues. So that's something that the coaching staff would have to look at the film for and see if they think they could fix those issues. But because that's a lot of what took Antonio Gibson off the field. He couldn't hang on to the ball.
But
I think I'm out on Gibson.
Brian Robinson came back from being shot. He was shot. He was out of the lineup. They really kind of nursed him back slowly, and Gibson didn't just seize the opportunity because when Robinson was fully healthy, he got it back.
Yeah,
he's a third-round draft pick.
Gibson's a backup. If you do make this signing, he's a backup. He's not someone you could sign, save money on, and make him your starter. He would have to be a complementary piece to either Singletary or somebody that you draft or in free agency.
Let me give you 5 receivers, and you pick your favorite one. Josh Reynolds, KJ Osborne, DJ Chark, Darnell Mooney, Curtis Samuel.
Curtis Samuel?
That's mine.
Yeah.
Like if I'm looking at a commander that's a free agent that I want to sign, and you're giving me the option of Samuel and Gibson, sign me up for Curtis Samuel. B-Mac, which one of those receivers do you like the most?
Yeah, I like Samuel as well. I mean, he's shown he was pretty good in the slot for Washington last year, and has had a couple other good seasons previously in Carolina as well. The other name that kind of stands out to me, he's definitely not a number 1, number 2, maybe not even number 3, but DJ Chark has shown some down the field capability. Yeah. And I wouldn't mind. Look, if you already have Tank, you already have Nico. You're not relying on DJ Chark to be the guy. I like him as a complementary piece to be able to be the down the field threat and let Tank and Nico Collins do some other things other than just take the 9 route down the field.
Yeah, to me, I thought about Chark for a quick second. I was like, no, I've seen enough to think that I don't think they need what he's got. They've already gotten enough. And I really believe that Samuel is a guy that anybody coming from Washington, I think I think they've been underutilized because of the fact that they've had issues at quarterback and offense. I'd like it.
713-780-ESPN. Which of those under the radar free agents do you have your eye on? 713-780-3776. A full squad has reported for the Astros today. Astros will win the American League West again. Am I wearing my Homer hat? Am I crazy? Or is that a lock? Is that a guarantee? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Hey, Houston, you're live in the Hive with the Killer Bees, Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Key from LA, 713-780-ESPN. He's blank. I'm Branham. Astros, American League West winners. Homer hat am I wearing, or am I being sensical? Am I making sense? I would argue that I'm always doing the last. Key from LA says, now we can talk some baseball. The Astros, what does he mean by that? Does he mean because football season's over?
No, remember he always busts us for talking baseball when we shouldn't?
But why is he saying now we can
Because now
do it?
football's over.
Yeah, so we're on the same page there. I think that's what he's referring to. Now that football season's over, we can talk some baseball. He says the Astros win the West if the Rangers fall flat. Call me crazy, Blinkers, but I think that the Astros are going to run away with the American League West.
Ooh, boy.
Like,
I like what you're thinking, but run away?
Yeah, I do. I
Crazy.
think they're going to run away with the American League West. You look at last season, a lot went wrong for the Houston Astros. Like, a lot of people will point to Dusty Baker, blah, 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 blah. I don't think that the manager influences tons of games and wins and losses. I think the best managers over the worst managers, we're looking at a delta of like 10 at the max. I'm not even sure it's up to 10. I think we overstate that a little bit. But you look at the things that went wrong, and I'll point to a Dusty criticism immediately. I don't think they were playing the right catcher most of the year. Like, we can have the argument of the pitching staff and the leadership and the mound visits, but Yainer Diaz can rake. Like, there's no reason that Maldonado should have had the plate appearances that he did and Yainer didn't. Jose Abreu for the first half of the year was as much a power hitter as I was. I could have hit 0 home runs until the summer, like Abreu did. And maybe I'm not expecting Abreu to go nuts. I'm just expecting Abreu to be better than last year. I'm not expecting him to be good, just better than last year.
I'm totally with you. I mean, look, as much as when it was announced he had a back injury that he was dealing with all year and the timing of it, I was like, yeah, right. Okay, now you're just trying to cover up the fact that it's basically been a lost season, especially with the amount of money and the amount of years you put on that contract to get him. And then when he came back, he looked like a different hitter, and he looked like he had a better eye. He had more power. He was effective. He had some big hits down the stretch, and you're like, okay, well, maybe there is some legitimacy to that. So I expect a better year from Abreu no matter what.
Jose Altuve missed 72 games.
Mm-hmm.
Like, he almost missed half of the year, and he's pretty important to the Houston Astros, who still won the division last year, nonetheless. Jeremy Pena, people are critical of Pena. You can point to some things that Pena did better than he did a year ago, and he's a good big league shortstop. Like, does he take another step up? I think he'll be better offensively than he was a year ago. Bregman, I think, is ultimately going to be Bregman. Your outfield, people feel like Jake Myers playing every day in center field's a downgrade. It really was your outfield last year, though. Like, your outfield last year never had Brantley.
Yeah.
Like, it never had Brantley. Like, your outfield was a combination of either Jake Myers was playing out there or Corey Jolks was playing out there. So it's really the same configuration that you have. And then when you look at it from a pitching perspective, like, I think the bullpen ultimately is going to be a wash. I think that you upgraded over Neris, although Neris had a really good year. And I think that you downgraded outside of, your top four, because Montero was still around last year. But how important is that, because those are your low-leverage guys. So I think ultimately that's a wash. From a starting rotation point of view, like, you didn't have Verlander for the first half of the year. Maybe you won't again either. Fromber disappeared in the second half. Christian Javier disappeared in the second half. Hunter Brown disappeared in the second half. J.P. France kind of started hot. I wouldn't say he fizzled, but he kind of came back down to earth a little bit. You didn't have Jose Urquidy. Luis Garcia was hurt. Lance McCullers was hurt, and you still won the division. So, like, I think a lot in the regular season went against the Astros last year, where if you don't have half of that, I feel like you're going to win this division by like 6 or 7 games.
Well, let's be honest. For me, it starts with just all the injuries. The fact that the injuries to 2 of your best players and maybe your 2 best hitters. Yeah, Jordan was hurt a lot, and he missed time. Altuve, as you mentioned, missed time. And then the whole miss on Brantley's contract and him being healthy kind of sets you back as well. And so that's a huge bonus for you that you're coming in healthy. There's no World Baseball Classic. The odds are, and it's lining up like this is going to be a significantly more healthy baseball team starting the season. That in itself should tell you that you should feel good about this team. Now, the thing that kind of concerns me about, and I love where your head's at, and I hope you're absolutely right, that this team runs away with and wins another division, is the fact that I like the fact that from the Mariners' perspective, if you're pro Astros, the majority of their pitching staff is either unsigned or dinged up to where you're not going to have DeGrom till maybe mid-season. Scherzer maybe the same. So Montgomery's not there yet, and we don't know where he's going to go. So they've got a lot of holes to fill on their pitching staff. So that in itself tells me, look, offense to offense, yes, their offense was very good last year, but I like where the Astros are going to be if they're healthy to put their offense against the Rangers, and then also know I think they have an advantages with the starting pitching. The team that I think is still going to be someone to keep an eye on is still the Mariners. The Mariners keep trying to improve. The Mariners keep chasing that title. The Mariners have a good core to build around. So I think that the Mariners are going to be in the mix. That's why I think between the Rangers and the Mariners, and the A's are obviously a throwaway, that I think there's enough in this division. I don't worry about the Angels either. But with those three teams at the top, I think either the Rangers or the Mariners, and I'm leaning more Mariners, especially early on, are gonna push the Astros.
I don't really include the Mariners in there. I feel like the Mariners are more interested in saving money than they are of like actually trying to win. I agree that I eliminate the Angels and the A's right off the bat, and I do like Seattle's pitching staff. I think Seattle's pitching staff is going to give them a winning record and probably even like a playoff spot. I just don't necessarily think that they're going to win like 90 games. Like Castillo, Gilbert, Kirby, Bryce Miller is going to win you some baseball games.
Jump, yeah.
But I don't like their offense though. Outside of Julio Rodriguez, they go Crawford, Polanco, Garver, Raleigh, France, Rayleigh, Haniger, Rojas. Whoa, that does not terrify me at all. I think the Rangers are the second best team in the division, but their offense is just so good.
Yep.
Like their offense is going to carry them to 85 wins by themselves because they're loaded offensively, and there's not an easy out in that lineup, and they have some youngsters that are knocking on the door that are ready to take off. But their pitching staff, okay, you're going to get DeGrom back, final month and a half of the year? What's he going to bring to you? Scherzer has fallen off. I'm not going to say he's fallen off the cliff, but he's fallen off a bit. What's he going to look like after a back injury? Their rotation entering opening day, Nathan Eovaldi, who I do like, John Gray, Andrew Heaney, Dane Dunning, Cody Bradford. How does that scare you?
Doesn't put fear in my heart.
That's awful.
Nope.
That's a bad rotation.
You're going to have to score runs and be the same kind of offense that you were a year ago to have the same kind of results, and even hang in there because of where you at with your starting pitching. And their bullpen wasn't great last year either.
I think it got worse.
Yeah.
I think it got worse. Like, you lost Aroldis, and, we make fun of Aroldis because, the Astros are his daddy. Mm-hmm. But he had a good year. And they replaced him with David Robertson, who was solid, old, but solid. But after, they go Jose Leclerc, who had a good postseason, but he's not really a good reliever. David Robertson, Josh Spores, Kirby Yates, Brock Burke, Jonathan Hernandez, Grant Anderson, Jake Latz, Yuri Rodriguez. Their pitching staff's awful.
Yeah, Leclerc and Spores were their guys, and that wasn't good enough. And they tried Will Smith early, and then they traded for Chapman. But overall, their bullpen, even when we were talking about it in the playoffs, we're like, if the Astros could just get to the Rangers' bullpen, they're going to be in good shape because you don't trust that bullpen. So, yeah, I think there's plenty of holes still with the Rangers and because of the setbacks they have with their pitching staff, that their offense has to, I don't want to say overachieve, but similarly achieve to what they did a year ago to be out in front or close to up to the top part of this division.
Yeah, I mean, the Asman used to say that I wore orange goggles, so maybe I'm wearing the orange goggles here. I just think the Astros run away with this. Double Rod says, will Yiner be better with more playing time, or will he be more normal?
Will who?
Yiner Diaz.
Oh, look, I think Yiner Diaz. I think there's still big things to come for Yiner Diaz. I think consistently, look, he knows what the opportunity is for him. I know that he's got a lot on his plate with the pitching staff on the defensive side of it, but I just believe that he can rake. I believe he can hit. He's got great pop. I believe this is going to be a really, really good year for Yiner.
See, I don't understand the whole Dusty Baker made Yiner a better hitter type of thing by playing him less. Because what have we learned about offensive players? That they thrive on repetition. And it's not like Dusty was cherry-picking certain matchups for Yiner that he knew he would have success with. It was depending on who was available. Because there was a stretch when Jordan was out where Yiner was playing every single day. So, I think that Yiner's offense is going to be as good as it was last year. I think his triple slash stuff, his average on base slugging, I think that's going to be pretty comparable to what he did last year. His volume's going to go up. He's going to have more homers because he's going to play more. He's going to have more RBIs because he's going to play more. I do think though that whenever we've heard a lot about Yiner's defense, and he's got a hose, he's got a cannon. There's no doubt about that. I think some of the things that managers and coaches and people that talk about Yiner's defensive liabilities, now that we're going to have a chance to see him more often, I think that they will show up more often.
I think there's a good chance. I think, and to your point on repetition, look, I think by the time that they started trying to use him in the playoffs, Dusty had diminished his time so much that his timing and everything didn't seem to be right. And I thought it was an unfair situation for him to be in and be judged for. But I think that you're right. I think that from a consistency standpoint, if he's just in the lineup every day or the majority of the days, I think that if he just has the numbers he had last year, that'd be great. I think they're going to be better because he's going to play more often. And I think that you're getting way better than what the production you had from Maldi no matter what. So that's a huge win for this team offensively. And so I'm really good with that.
I think the Astros run away with the division. Am I nuts? 713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line, 713-780-3776. Also, which Astros have the most to prove this year? It's the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Hey, before we go to the break, a word from a good friend, Doc Linville. Doc Linville changing guys' lives on a daily basis. He does a ton of stuff for the ladies, too. He's got spa treatments and Botox and plastic surgery and a bunch of stuff that he's great at. But for the guys that listen to this show consistently, it's a game changer because I went through the process, and that's what I'm here to tell you about. It's the NeoGraft. NeoGrafting is actually taking hair from parts of your head. You're never going to lose it. Genetically, Doc explained it to me. You never lose the hair on the sides and the back of your head, no matter how bald you go, at your hairline in front like I was, or up on top and back. Therefore, he takes some of it, he repurposes it, and you reap the benefits of having more coverage, a better look, and more self-confidence, and it all goes into the same package where you feel better about your appearance. It's phenomenal. And as listeners to ESPN 97.5 right now, you get a free consultation with Doc and his staff. It normally costs $150. For you, for listening to us, you get it for free. Ask questions, get answers, see if it might be right for you too. The one game changer for me when I had my consult was the fact that 95 to 99% of these follicles that are moved are going to stay and grow and be with you for the long haul. That's a game changer. I saw the results instantly. I saw even better results when the hair thickened and got stronger. And the confidence in knowing that it's not going anywhere made the whole process even better. Check them out today. Go to 975hair.com. Sign up for an appointment. Go in and ask questions, get answers, and realize there's nothing coming out of your pocket, no signing on the dotted line, just you getting answers to the questions to see if it might be a difference maker for you too. If it is, you are going to be happy with it because, boy, am I ecstatic with mine. Check them out today. Go to 975hair.com.
Informed opinions are oftentimes presented here. You're locked in with the Killer Bees on 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
He's Blankers. I am Branham. We'll get into the which Astro has the most to prove in spring training in a moment. 713-780-ESPN. A couple of texters here saying that hot take Rangers missed the playoffs based on Bruce Bochy's history. Look what he did with San Francisco World Series, then missed it, I think, each year after the three that he won.
in San Francisco.
Yeah, they won it 3 years.
He did
but
the
they won it in
odd even thing, right? Yeah, every other year.
They missed it. They won it. They missed it. They won it.
Yeah,
They missed
I think
it.
that's right. Yep.
I wouldn't if the Rangers missed the playoffs, not because of Bruce Bochy.
No.
I think the world of Bruce Bochy. I think he's a heck of a baseball manager. It would be because their pitching sucks.
Look what he did the year before he got there, and then look what he did just being in the clubhouse. And granted, they spent a boatload of money too, but there's a guy that everybody in the clubhouse in baseball respects. Whether you're a veteran, a young guy, a guy that's been to a couple places before, when you walk in, there is no doubt who's in control of that clubhouse, and there's no way you doubt his baseball knowledge or the way he manages a game.
Yeah, I'm a fan of Bochy. About the only thing that I like there in Arlington. 713-780-ESPN. Which Astro has the most to prove in spring training? Blankers.
I mean, me right off the cuff, you know how I feel. I mean, the crosshairs for me are solely on the center field position, and that means Jake Myers. I'm not a believer in Jake Myers being the kind of guy that he was when he first came up. I think Jake has a lot to prove to be the full-time center fielder for me. We've talked about and discussed it throughout the years, and now the fact that he is front and center as your starting center fielder, I'm going to be watching. I'm going to be watching really, really closely because obviously you don't need – it would be nice to have, but center fielders aren't notoriously known as big-time hitters, and Chaz played multiple outfield positions. Chaz had a hell of a year. I would love to see Jake of old before the injuries. That would be fantastic because I know you and I go back and forth, but I don't think he sucks defensively. I think he's an above-average defensive player. But now that I know that he's going to be the everyday center fielder for the most part, now I just need to see consistency both at the plate where it starts offensively. I don't need to see the pop. Yeah. Just get on base, use your wheels, show that you can get on base consistently, and then play good defense.
I don't think we differ very much on Jake. I think we split hairs. Like, how good a defensive player is he? You think he's good. I think he's borderline great. Offensively, I feel like we kind of are on the same page where he's at. It's more about, like, how optimistic we are that he could be good. But I think we're pretty similar to where we're at on Jake.
Do you think he swings big a lot? Because I know he's had trouble with
I think he swings a little long, yeah.
Yeah, I do too. Because I think that, again – there's this non-prototypical dream scenario organizations have now where your center fielder has pop and can hit the power alleys and do all these things. And not that I'm saying go back to like the slap hitting, fleet of foot center fielders of the past, but I think that you could tighten up that swing a little bit, take some balls the opposite way, especially the breaking pitches he seems to struggle with, and have more success on this team.
See, I'm probably more optimistic about Jake than you are, but there's a very real possibility that Jake Myers is a platoon outfielder where he can start every day against lefties, but his bat's just not good enough to start against righties. You look at his career splits, his OPS against lefties, 760. You get a 760 OPS, and last year was through the roof. It was even higher. It was like, I think it might have been like flirting with 1,000. You get a 760 OPS with his defense, okay, that guy can start against lefties. But then you look at a 639 OPS against righties, maybe doesn't have the bat.
Now, Jeremy, if you sign me up for that, I'm in. I just don't like him playing every day. I just have real apprehension.
Well, look, I wanted an outfielder for this very reason. I wanted a left-handed bat in the outfield that could hit righties. So Jake Myers could start against lefties and be your backup against righties. So, like, I that's what I'm saying. Like, I don't think we're very far off when it comes to Myers. I do think that there's some potential there, and, like, okay, let's give him until the All-Star break to see if he's capable of doing it. And if he's not capable of doing it, then you go trade for a veteran left-hand outfielding bat that can play left field, and then you move Chaz to centers. And those bats are attainable at the deadline. Like, you can get that. Like, you can get an expiring bat at the deadline. So maybe that's where the Astros are thinking. Jake Myers did hit a home run today with the BVP against Miguel Tamares.
Who?
Yeah, yeah, exactly. That's what I tweeted out. I go Rake Myers. Also, who is Miguel Tamares? That's where mine is too, though, Blankers. Like, MLB.com, they listed a player for every team that they had the most to prove in spring training. McTaggart listed Fromber. Whatever Fromber Valdez does in spring training does not matter.
Nope.
Fromber Valdez is 100% going to be graded on what he does in the regular season. To me, he has nothing to prove in spring training.
No, nothing to prove at all in spring training, but a lot to prove on the field because he wants a big contract. And I think that just looking at him first glance when he showed up to camp, he looked like he had been he's tight. He's not, he got rid of the hair. He tightened up the physique. He looks like a guy that's really focused and dialed into knowing that he's got, this window of opportunity in front of him to basically prove that he's worthy of big-time money. With that comes success. And you've got to win games. He wants to be in that Cy Young conversation again for more than just half the season. And I believe he's going to be hyper-focused. And we know his stuff translates. It's just a matter of keeping it kind of the whole well-oiled machine between the ears and everything else that goes with it. I think he's going to be good. I think he's going to be really good when the regular season starts.
And that's all that matters. Like he could blow up in spring training and have an ERA of 10, but if he finished second in the Cy Young voting, it's great. It could be flipped. If he dominates and doesn't allow a single base hit in spring training, but he has a 4.50 ERA in the bigs, he's going to be graded on the regular season. Whereas Jake Myers, I think the perception is if Jake Myers hits 210 in spring training and Mauricio Dubon's hitting 325, everybody's going to be yelling that Mauricio Dubon should be your starting center fielder. So like that's where I'm going Jake Myers as well, is because the perception of the city, no one cares what these regulars do, but if it's somebody that you really don't want to be starting or you have questions that should be starting and he's getting outperformed in spring training, that's where that comes into play. Brian, you have one?
Yeah, it's someone else that would have, I think, a lot of Astros fans asking questions right now in going into spring training, because when you look at this player's first, second half splits, it was pretty dramatic, but everyone still has the bad taste of the second half left in their mouth, and that's Rafael Montero. When you look at his splits, first half, second half, first half is ERA 6.5. Go to the second half is 3.10. If you tell me we can get 3.10 ERA Rafael Montero, then the questions and concerns about that middle of the bullpen to get to Abreu, Presley, Josh Hader suddenly go away. And now you're looking at not only a great 7.89, you're giving me a great 6, 7.89, and that changes the game not only for the bullpen but for your starters as well. So if Montero comes out and answers those questions, shows us the second half wasn't a fluke and looks good in the spring training, I think the Astros fans will have a lot of confidence in this bullpen.
They're not going to forget the money. No matter what happens, they're not going to forget the money, because even at 310, he's going to be overpaid. But you're right. For this team, for this year, he'd be the ideal sixth-inning pitcher that everybody's wondering who that's going to be. That if you could wrap that up by saying he's going to have hover around a 3 ERA and be that kind of middle of the bullpen guy, I'd be fine with it.
Yeah, that's you're right. You're not going to forget the money, but it's a sunk cost. You know, like you're already paying.
You can't change it now.
Yeah, like it's what is done is done.
Right, but that's why it's the easiest thing for it. It's the easiest fruit to pick up. That everybody's going to be picking at it, no matter what he does.
I would nitpick and say that are we putting Montero in the category where his spring matters?
I think it matters a little bit.
If he goes out and gets roughed up, people are going to instantly think back to that first half of 2023.
Well, but he's got to prove he's got to get outs, because no matter what, when you kind of decipher through the quotes and see how the bullpen is, you know he's going to be on the roster because they're paying him a boatload of money. But in terms of earning a spot, I still think he's got to be effective and show that his stuff translates. He might be working on a pitch to where, he might get hit a few times, but they've got to know that this guy is going to have better stuff. Let's just say second half stuff from a year ago.
Especially since he got the contract off of really one good season in his career.
No doubt about it.
So, it's not like someone like Fromber who has a long enough track record where spring training results doesn't matter. He had one good season, got the massive contract. I mean, we got to see if, is he first half or second half from last year?
San Antonio Tim says, he says Christian Javier.
See, I was thinking about that.
Maybe just his velocity.
Well, to me,
you want to see the radar.
He's already paid, though. So the biggest thing to me is, you're going to have to get more consistency out of him because of the fact that you've already locked him up. But the bigger picture to me is, I'm more concerned that at least one of the guys coming back from injury can come back at a certain point and be effective, because now your entire starting pitching is better.
See, the Javier thing, I think Brian's onto something. Like, the velo is going to be something I'm looking at, although you kind of work up to that in spring. So, like, if at
some point in spring he's hitting 95, then I think we're going to see the Javier we hope to see when he got that contract.
I'm also curious to see his arsenal. Like, if he's trying to work on a third pitch, I don't care what his ERA is in spring. If he's trying to develop a sinker, if he's trying to develop a changeup to make it like a real third pitch, because right now he's a fastball curveball guy. If he's trying to develop a real third pitch, and that means his ERA is 5 runs higher than what it would normally be because he's trying to master that skill, I don't care.
No, I'm with you on that, because I was encouraged by the fact that he was working on some things and trying to add to the arsenal. And if he's doing that, then that's fantastic, because you've heard it from pitchers for the last several years. Look, spring training is a time to experiment and actually get on the field, major league hitting, to decipher if the pitch is going to be good or not. Same thing with Hunter Brown. If Hunter Brown's working on a slow curveball, he's going to be throwing it out there and trying to see how it translates with hitters in the box.
Yep.
that you'll take your chances knowing that Hunter Brown's still going to be penciled into your starting rotation, and so is Garcia.
I would throw
so is Javier.
I would throw into the mix, too, the relievers that are fighting for the jobs. Because the relievers that are fighting for the jobs, they're going to have to produce, whether it's show their stuff or it's getting guys out. So I would throw them into the mix, too.
Because Sousa's got to prove that it wasn't a fluke what he did at the end of the year.
And then Whitley and then Dylan Coleman, like all the guys that are fighting for jobs, those guys have something to prove.
Absolutely.
Jose Altuve does not. Jose Altuve could go 0 for the spring, and he's going to be your leadoff man opening day. You know? So, like, that's where spring at bats and spring plate appearances and pitchers and all that come into play. 713-780-ESPN. Which Astros the most to prove in spring this year? Also, look, today was the first full squad workout. So, in honor of the first full squad workout, I have an all-time Astros 26-man roster for you guys to pick apart. 713-780-3776. It's the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. I've been telling you for what seems like years that Gentle Ben is the best. They're on my all-time 26-man roster. They're my all-time one. It all starts with the finest ingredients, classic, time-honored distilling methods. Gentle Ben uses a revolutionary technology that eliminates impurities for the cleanest, smoothest spirits you will ever taste. You'll love what's not in Gentle Ben, including VOCs. Those are volatile organic compounds. The Gentle Ben purification process takes those out. It can lead to coughing when you're drinking the other brands. You might find VOCs in the other brands. You will not find it in Gentle Ben. You get all the flavor, none of the burn, whether it's the vodka, the gin, the straight bourbon whiskey, the cask strength bourbon. And next time you head to dinner or your favorite bar, ask for Gentle Ben. Look for Gentle Ben at the liquor store, whatever one's on your way home, and pick up a bottle or two today. If you're looking for plans, head to the Gentle Ben tasting room, a great spot to spend a couple of hours. If you're going to the Rockets game soon or a concert inside the Toyota Center, Ben's Bar. There's a Ben's Bar inside the Toyota Center. You can try some Gentle Ben there, or you can just head online, gentleben.com, learn about their incredible story, learn about their legacy that continues to this day, or you can just order all the spirits straight from the website, the vodka, the gin, the bourbon, the whiskey. You can order it all at gentleben.com. Go click on it, add it to your cart, have them deliver it straight to your doorstep. Gentle Ben, all of the flavor, none of the burn.
Razor blunt commentary delivered with a special purpose.
What's happening to my special purpose.
It's the Killer Bees, live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios on ESPN 97.5.
He's Blank, I'm Branham. We are the Bees on ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. A texter, 713-780-ESPN. Forrest Whitley. Yeah, Whitley would be one of those relievers we were talking about.
Yep. And I'm curious with you guys. I don't have very high expectations at this point because of all we've been through in the roller coaster of Forrest Whitley. It would be fantastic if he honed in on his arm and his ability to throw hard and also locate his pitches. I just don't have a realistic belief that he's a guy that's going to figure it out and be a guy they can count on all year in one of those spots.
Yeah, I'm kind of hedging I think he starts on the opening day roster. I think that they might go with somebody who has a little bit more seasoning that has pitched in the bigs, and then Whitley's like one of the first or second guys that they bring up whenever there are injuries. I firmly believe that we'll see Forrest Whitley pitch with the Astros this year if he stays healthy.
No, I agree with that, but I think that Coleman and Souza, unless they just completely self-destruct during the spring, those are the two guys they'd really like to see be the veterans in the middle of that bullpen along with Montero that they can kind of lean on.
There's one more spot, though. Like even if Coleman and Souza, make the team, there's that one more spot. And it's like, well, who gets that spot? Is it a Whitley? Is it a Belak? Is it a name that we haven't really heard of yet? Seth Martinez, he'd be in the mix there too. So, like, it's going to come down. That's it. That's what it's going to come down to.
Yeah, look, but I think that because of the expectations of this team, that you're not trying to find a spot for a Forrest Whitley. I think you're right. I think he will at some point make an appearance on the roster. I just think that to start the season, unless those veterans really don't look good, then I think that those veterans are going to get the first crack. That's who they'd like to see carry them in the middle of the bullpen. Yep. And then, like you said, based on injury, that's when they'll have to adjust.
Yeah, I think Whitley would have to outperform them pretty substantially in order to beat them for the job. I'm with you on that. 713-780-ESPN. Let's go out to the HRP listener line. Lamont, you're in the hive with the Bees. What's going on, Lamont?
This is it's for both of you guys, but I know that Pac-Man Joe used to. I have a question for you, man. When it comes to pitchers, and you're gonna sound like this is the dumbest thing that you ever heard. When I'm looking at the game, and they are throwing pitches, and the announcer quickly says what kind of pitch it is. Mm-hmm. How do they even know that? Is it because of their arsenal of what they know they pitch? Is it because of the grip of the ball, or is it because how it goes across the plate? And that's all I have, fellas. Like I said, I know it's very mundane and stupid, but I just really want to know that.
No, look, and Jeremy he still calls baseball. He can get in on this too. I think the biggest thing is just the velocity of the pitch, and you can see the movement of the pitch to figure out what the pitch is, because you're not going to see the grip on a pitch by pitch basis. It's going to be the velocity and location, and then the movement that and most of these guys are ex-major leaguers, or you've been calling games forever, to where you pretty much know real quickly how quick based on how those three factors factor in what the pitch was.
Yeah, I didn't catch exactly what he asked.
So if you're calling a game at U of H, how do you quickly figure out what pitch it was from a breaking pitch, change pitch, slider, splitter?
It's really one, you do your homework on it, so you know his repertoire. Like if he's got a fastball, changeup, curveball mix, there's your idea. And then if you have a radar gun, it's really easy. Like if you have the have the velo reading, and it's like, okay, that's 93, that's a fastball, and then you see 82, that's his off speed, and then what the movement does. But if you don't have a gun, usually a hard straight pitch is fastball. If you see some sort of bend to it, then there's your breaking ball. And then if it's a righty and it kind of goes into a right-handed hitter and it's slower, that's more than likely your changeup. So that's what you're looking for. You're looking for velocity, and if whatever he's throwing the hardest is his fastball. Now, if you see a lot of run to it, okay, there maybe it's probably a two-seamer or it's a cutter.
I was gonna say velocity, movement, location, and like you said, and homework.
Location
and knowing.
To me doesn't matter as much.
Repertoire. So velocity, movement, location, and repertoire to me.
Yeah, and you can see a little bend to it. Like if you see a pitcher throw 393 mile per hour fastballs, and let's say you don't have a gun, but you see three fastballs, boom, boom, boom. You can tell it's the heat, and then you see a little bend and break. That's probably curveball. That's a slide piece.
Yep.
Then you see the same straight pitch, but now it's moving into a righty. Okay, that's a change. Now you can get some nuanced stuff like sink. That's tough to tell from a booth. Like you probably need to know his repertoire if you have a sinker. If it's a two-seam, four-seam mix, you can usually tell because a two-seam is going to ride into a righty if it's a right-handed pitcher. So there's little tricks to the trade, but like you said, it's about seeing it a lot.
Yep.
It's seeing it a lot, and then you kind of just put patterns together.
And what was this? What was the term that everybody thought was this new innovative term last year on the off-speed pitch?
Oh yeah,
the sweeper.
Yeah,
they brought that
like
into the mix
It's
because
just a
all
slider
it
to
is
me.
a really slow breaking pitch.
Yeah, it's a slow slider to me. Like I don't like the new sweeper thing.
And
now,
it's not 12-6, it's more east to west.
Yeah, and I will say this about the just like pitch movement and stuff when you're using it from a scouting perspective. The Astros were cutting edge with that. They use TrackMan, which TrackMan shows you velo. It shows you the degree of what the pitch is doing. It shows you the rise. It shows you the elevation. It shows you the spin and like the what is it? I can't remember the terms that they use, but maybe RPM.
Yeah, it's revolutions per minute.
Yeah, RPMs, and then they show you like how many spins they get per minute. Like, and the Astros were cutting edge, the first to use that in Major League Baseball. And there's a lot of people that think that's the reason they found your Frombers, your Javiers, and they had so much success with pitcher and development.
Oh, because remember now, they took Morton and Cole to different levels when they got him and they acquired him. And Verlander talked about it when he came back here, the fact that the Mets weren't doing anything close to what the Astros do in terms of the deep dives, the analytics, and utilizing all the information to make sure that they're better pitchers, and that's huge.
Mm-hmm. So today's the first full squad for the Astros. Everybody's there. Last week was pitchers and catchers. Today was the first full squad. Cool, because you get to see Astros hitters facing Astro pitchers. All these media guys are out there recording it and posting it on Twitter. So I put together the all-time Astros 26-man roster for the fun and because it's full squad day.
Okay.
This is all time, and this is like how I would construct a roster too. Like I on my bench, I need somebody who's capable of playing shortstop because you need somebody who's capable of playing shortstop on your bench. I did struggle with the arms because there's a lot more great Astro starters than there are relievers. Now there are a couple of relievers that are really good. You want me to start with the pitchers? You want me to start with the offensive players?
I like the lineup. I'm curious.
I didn't do a lineup, but I did by position.
I mean, you know what I mean. Yeah. I'll go with the position players.
All right, so the I went 13 position players, 13 pitchers, because I think that's what most teams do. I had to put Craig Biggio as my catcher. The Astros are loaded at second base. I know Biggio only played catcher for 3 years, but if you want Craig Biggio in your lineup, he's going to have to play catcher. So Craig Biggio is my catcher. Sorry about it. Jeff Bagwell is my first baseman. Killer Bees, what's up? Jose Altuve, the greatest Astro of all, is my second baseman. Alex Bregman at third. Carlos Correa at short. Give me Lance Berkman in left. Cesar Cedeno in center. Jimmy Wins at right. Yordan Alvarez, my DH. And then my four-man bench, I need a backup catcher. I really wanted to put Yainer Diaz here, but I went with Brad Osmus. Joe Morgan, backup infielder. Dickie Thon, a backup infielder. He's my guy that's capable of playing shortstop. And then Jose Cruz is my final bench spot, final outfielder.
J. Cruz.
I think my biggest problem
J.O. as your backup outfielder is pretty strong.
is center field. I think I would have had Springer in center field. Other than
Over
that,
Cesar Cedeno?
Yeah.
No way.
I mean, look, sure, Cesar's career is obviously longer here in Houston, but Springer's high here, especially being World Series MVP. I would take that.
What was
center field.
Cesar's average?
Cesar, his
I can look
career
it up.
batting average was 285.
Because 285 steals a boatload of bases.
Over his career was 285. He finished with a 790 OPS. George Springer, all-time, 267 average, 835 OPS.
Yeah, I'd lean Cedeno as well. And I love Springer. He's my favorite Astro.
But, I mean, obviously you have to go only what he did with the Astros. You can't look at career. But you look at Cedeno. Cedeno was a four-time All-Star and finished top 16 in MVP voting 4 times. George Springer was a 4-time All-Star and finished top 16 MVP voting twice. Actually, 3-time All-Star in Houston. He made one with the Blue Jays. 3-time All-Star Houston, top 16 MVP voting 3 times. So Cedeno has volume over George
He was
Springer.
healthy enough to make an All-Star team with Toronto?
Yeah, he made it in 20. He had a really good year in 22.
His first year there?
No, that was his second year.
Okay.
He played 133 games, so didn't even finish the whole year, and had like an 814 OPS. He was I shouldn't say really good. That's good. It's not really really good. So Cedeno, I give Cedeno the nod there.
Well, I'll tell you what.
That's a good argument though with
Joe
the
Morgan and
That's a
J.O.
great
Cruz.
bench.
Pretty darn good.
Joe
Great
Morgan
bench.
on the bench is a pretty
Yeah.
nice.
I think the Astros have the best collection of second basemen in the history of the game. They go Biggio, Altuve, Joe Morgan.
Who rivals that? What?
I don't think anybody does.
Cano and Willie Randolph in their
No,
good
Cano's
years.
a cheater.
Well, I know, but I'm just saying in his good years with the Yankees, whether we know if he cheated or not. the Yankees?
I don't know. Like I don't know
Dodgers
if
had
anybody
Davey
rivals it.
Lopes and Sachs had some good years.
I love the Astros second
Yeah,
base. That's why
pretty
Biggio
good.
has to catch. And then my pitching staff, 13-man pitching staff, and it's up to my manager to figure out their roles because I don't want this job because you're going to have a lot of dudes that are fighting for starts that aren't going to be happy. So I just went alphabetical order here. Roger Clemens, yeah, short term, but he gave you some really good stuff. That is Cy Young. Garrett Cole, I know super short term, but his 2019 was like top 2, top 3 Astros seasons for a pitcher in the history. Larry Dierker's more volume. Yeah. Randy Johnson, sorry, I know he was only here for a few months, but Randy Johnson in those few months was nasty.
Ooh,
and if I'm using that few months as like my left-handed specialist out of the bullpen, good luck hitting that guy. He doesn't have the volume, does not have the resume. But that little brief 3 months with the Stros, good luck hitting that guy. And I want that guy on my team. Joe Niekro, he's going to be on here. He's got some really good volume. He can eat up some innings. Roy Oswalt, who has the highest WAR for any pitcher in Astro history. J.R. Richard, who didn't last a long time, but was really dominant during that short time. Nolan Ryan's on the list. Mike Scott is there. Give me Dave Smith to have a real reliever, old school Dave Smith. Justin Verlander, who is the greatest Astro starting pitcher of all time. Billy Wagner, who's the best closer in Astro history. And then Don Wilson rounds out my pitching staff.
That's a pretty stout pitching staff when you think about some of the arms that and where they sit all time and Hall of Fame and everything else. Because I was like, I know you're doing alphabetical order. I was like, well, Nolan's got to be on that list.
You know why I do? You know why I went alphabetical?
Because
I had about 10 starters and I didn't want to make a rotation.
Yeah, exactly. I was going to say because you had to pick and choose, and then if I told you, hey, who's starting opening day?
I know. And I'm going to let Dusty Baker decide that. Recency bias with my manager, and I want Papa's belly to make the decisions. Bigger question: if
Dusty's making that decision, how many of these guys does Maldi catch?
Yeah, exactly. And how many guys is he giving days off to when they don't need one?
Maldi. That's the reason Maldi didn't make it as my backup catcher because I didn't want Dusty to be the one making the decisions and start him for all these guys. He's going to go with Maldi over Craig Biggio.
No Tony Eusebio?
I love Eusebio. I love Eusebio.
He was the first guy to do like the laid back splits catching.
Yeah, he was. I loved his. His swing was so weird, like inside out swing.
Quirky,
remember he had like that 30-game hitting streak over the course of like 90 games.
Yeah,
because he was only catching every few games.
Yep.
I love Eusebio. I really wanted to put Yiner on the list though, but I couldn't pull the trigger. I almost did, but I just couldn't pull the trigger.
I guess the one name that stands out from the pitchers left out would be Brad Lidge immediately. Obviously, everyone remembers the Pujols tank, but I mean Brad Lidge was a really good reliever for 3, 4, 5 years here for the Astros. So Lidge, I guess it would depend on your starting pitcher, relief pitcher mix, but Lidge would seem to be kind of a guy that just missed the list.
Lidge would have probably made it if I went like just real 6-man rotation and then like a real bullpen. He would have probably been on there. I studied him pretty close with Dave Smith. And Dave Smith, with the Astros, was here for 11 years. He had 199 saves and a 2.53 ERA.
That's pretty good.
Whereas Lidge had a 3.30 ERA and 123 saves. I gave Smith the nudge over Lidge.
Was Cammy in the mix at third?
Not really. Like I was I did pull him up and I looked him up his numbers compared to Bregman, and I even looked like Doug Rader and stuff like that. The Caminetti didn't have fantastic years in Houston.
He had the MVP year in San Diego, right?
And almost all of his good years were in San Diego. Guess Ken Caminetti's career high in homers with the Astros. Just single season.
I mean, the dome sapped out.
True.
Yeah, but he did come back.
True. 21.
Actually, I don't know if I don't think he played at Minute Maid. Now that I think about it,
I don't think he did either. I think
he played his last year at.
No,
when it was Minute Maid 2000 or 2001? But what year did Minute Maid open? Because Caminetti's
2000.
Okay, then Caminetti played 1 year at Minute Maid. His last year in Houston was 2000.
I was going to say 21 as well, Brian. I'll say maybe a little better. Well, the way Jeremy set it up, I'll say 18.
That's it.
Oh wow.
18 in the strike-shortened year of '94.
I'm learning to read my co-host.
That was his best OPS year was the Minute Maid year, but he only played in 59 games. And then if his only like full year was 94, 847 OPS. Like his numbers as an Astro, 264 average, 330 on base, 402 slugging, 732 OPS. Like 103 home runs. Like that's his career with Houston in 10 years. That's not that good.
Well, and the two starters that came to mind that weren't on the list were DK and Shane Reynolds.
Yeah. Yeah,
Mike Hampton.
Reynolds was close.
Mike Hampton had a 22-win season.
Oh, he
Yeah.
did. The one year he had a really great year. Yeah.
Reynolds and Hampton were both honorable mention. Kyle, I just didn't really have the volume.
Okay.
But like this is a tough list to crack, guys.
No doubt.
Reynolds was on the short list, but he didn't quite get there. But I would put this 26-man
enjoyed that
roster up
exercise.
against most, man. Like this is a good 26, especially that pitching staff. That pitching staff is nasty.
Oh God.
There's maybe 2 or 3 teams that are touching that pitch, or not even starting pitcher, that pitching staff. It's an amazing pitching staff.
Someone said Necro, please. I don't know if they feel like Necro should have been off of it or if they're begging for Necro, but Necro did make it. Someone said Lidge. Someone said Reynolds. Someone said Lima. Lima had one really good year.
Yeah.
And like
he
Jose
fell
Lima
apart at
doesn't
Minute Maid.
belong on this list over Don
Well,
Wilson.
he also could have fulfilled your Taco Tuesdays because he brought that to the mix too.
Casa, ole.
That's right.
Ole.
Every
Fresh
day.
Someone said was Oswald on the list. Oswald absolutely was on the list.
Yep.
You could put him as one of the top 3, 4, 5
Boy, was
starters.
he was
in Astro
nails
history.
when
Yeah,
they
he was
were
awesome.
Oh man, he was so good.
All right, 713-780-ESPN. Let's make mock drafts great again. How are we making the Texans better as well? It's Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
It's time to sit back, relax, and enjoy this next bit of brilliance with Joel and Jeremy, live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. It's the Killer Bees.
He's Blank. I'm Brandon. We are the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. So we're making mock drafts great again, and we're allowing you to participate as well because we care about you, the viewer. You are the most important people in our lives. You get to make the Texans' first-round pick. Who you taking? You can follow along at Jeremy Branham. I just put up the vote for today. Last week, Blankers, it went like this. We had the options of Nate Wiggins, Graham Barton, who nobody in Houston likes. Poor guy. Cooper DeJean, the corner from Iowa, and then Chop Robinson, defensive end from Penn State. I can't remember which way we voted. I have a terrible short-term memory. But Chop Robinson took the viewer vote. He went 40%. Nate Wiggins, 26%. Cooper DeJean, 25%. Graham Barton did go up to 9%, so he's stealing some votes. But Chop Robinson won the vote there. Today's mock draft that we're looking at, CBS, it's from Kyle Stackpole, which, what a name, Kyle Stackpole. He goes with Caleb Williams at number 1. Brian, you don't like the Bears, do you?
No, I'm not a Bears fan.
Yeah, we're not going to be able to bounce off the Bears things anymore with a non-killer.
I can make up a Bears take if you
okay.
want.
We spend too much time talking about the Bears, if we're being completely honest. Way too much Bears
By the way,
talk.
did Joe ever pay off on his bets for you guys for the Bears winning the division?
No.
Actually.
And there was not a clause that if he got fired that he didn't have to pay the bet either.
That's right.
Yeah. So he didn't get fired from the station. And just so everybody knows, he's still working with the station, just no longer with the Killer Bees because he's not a bee and he called me talentless. So the Bears at number 1, Caleb Williams.
They let that go.
I mean, honestly, he is kind of a bee.
He is
Are we sure
I
he's
see
not
what
a
you
bee?
did there.
Yeah.
I see what you did there.
We did call him the Queen Bee
Love
of the
you, Joe.
show. So, Jaden Daniels goes number 2 to Washington, which would lose me $100. Drake May goes number 3 to New England. Marvin Harrison Jr. 4 to Arizona. So, kind of the status quo there. We've seen Daniels and May interchangeable at 2 and 3. Harrison at 4 has been a popular pick. Number 5, Alumawa Fashuna, say it with conviction. He's the offensive tackle for Penn State. Malik Neighbors is going number 6. LSU receiver Joe Control Alt Delete is going number 7 to Tennessee. The tackle from Notre Dame, Latu, the edge from Atlanta, or the edge from UCLA going to Atlanta. Dallas Turner, edge from Bama, going to Chicago. And then Talise Fuaga, offensive tackle from Oregon State, going to the Jets. Scroll down. Houston Texans are on the clock. Stackpole has the Houston Texans taking Enos Rakestraw Jr. from Missouri. If this is the pick, Blankers, on draft day, are you okay with Rakestraw coming to the Texans?
Yeah, I am, because as we've discussed previously, look, they want to upgrade the defense, and you've got the tough decisions on some veteran defenders that you're going to have to make a call on before you get to the draft. So this tells me that they, again, are looking for a long-term fit to play on the other side of Stingley that isn't going to cost you what Stevie Nelson cost you, and maybe because they're spending money on John Grenard or a defensive lineman or two, that they're going to choose to go this route. And so, therefore, I'd be just fine with it because the names are interchangeable. The position is the most important thing here. And if you're drafting corner, that means you're not re-signing Stevie Nelson at a corner in my mind, and so I'm fine with it.
Yeah, me too. There's a lot of positions that I'm okay with, and this is one of them. If Caserio and D'Amico come together and they say Rakestraw is the corner, we want opposite of Stingley, I'm cool with that. I'm on board with it. I would be a little confused if they re-signed Nelson and then drafted Rakestraw. That would confuse me, but I would be on board with this. Brian, Enos Rakestraw Jr. is the pick at 23 on draft night. You comfortable with it?
Yeah, I wouldn't hate that because I'm not re-signing Stevie Nelson free agency. Same. I'm not really comfortable investing the money that it would take to retain him since he's already in his 30s at this point. And obviously, if that is the case and Stevie Nelson walks, you have to add a corner. It's probably not my first choice with what I would do, but if Nick Caserio and D'Amico decide this is the guy, I trust their opinion and I'd be happy with it.
Same. Are you guys okay if we don't include quarterback within the next 3 picks?
Like this one I saw that. Yeah, that's fine.
Good. Let's skip over him because I think it makes for better conversation. So we look at the Texans pick and then the next 3, and then we select who we would select on draft day. Michael Penix would be the 26th pick. We're not going to include a quarterback because the Texans have Stroud. So we got our choice of Enos Rakestraw Jr. Jordan Morgan, the tackle from Arizona, goes number 24. Cooper DeJean is the corner that goes from Iowa that goes number 25. And then since we're skipping quarterback, this brings into the equation Byron Murphy, the second defensive lineman from Texas, defensive tackle, notably. So you got your choice between those 4: Rakestraw, Morgan, DeJean, and Murphy. Who are you picking?
Boy, does this make it
interesting.
interesting.
A good one. I know, that's why I wanted to do it.
Yeah, it's a great call because I'm leaning with what they need and what we know they're dealing with free agency wise. That's why I said corner. But when you throw that monkey wrench with Byron Murphy the second in there, Holy cow. To me, then I go back to what I always revert back to, which is I listen to when D'Amico speaks at the end of the year, and he wants to upgrade the defensive line, and he wants to make the defensive line better. One that had an impact on how I saw Sheldon Rankins versus how I think he sees him, and more importantly, I think that's how they move forward in a different direction. That means Byron Murphy, to me, is the pick, because Byron Murphy definitely can be a beast and an anchor in the middle of your defensive line, and I would love to see him land with the Texans.
Yeah, I'm absolutely with Joel here. This is, look, obviously it depends on if someone slips and you get someone available at 23 that you don't expect to be there. But if it goes how most people project, and Byron Murphy is there, it's a race to the podium for me. There's really no second thought. Like Joel said, D'Amico told you exactly what this team needs, and we saw it on the field in Baltimore against the Ravens. They need more help up front. They've got guys that are one-year contracts that aren't going to be back, and I think Byron Murphy is a special talent that deserves to be here in the first round, so Byron Murphy would be my pick.
A lot of people say that I'm a contrarian, that I go against the grain for the sake of going against the grain.
Stop it.
I don't know why they say it. I don't believe it. I don't see it either. I'm glad you guys see it the way that I see it. Yeah, give me Byron Murphy. Give me Byron Murphy, the defensive tackle. Even if you have both needs, like you don't bring back Sheldon Rankins, you don't bring back Steven Nelson, I think there's a lot better chance of drafting a starting caliber corner with your second-round pick than a guy who I think can be a pretty big factor on the defensive line. So make it unanimous with the B's. Good feng shui with the B behind the glass.
What a refreshing
Let's go Byron
change.
Murphy. Yeah, Byron Murphy's the selection of the Killer Bees. Who would you select? You can go to @Jeremy Branham, and you can play along and put up a poll there. The early report back, 75 votes. They would take Byron Murphy. 49% is the early returns. Cooper DeJean is the second most popular pick.
But with DeJean, you just don't know if he's going to play corner for the majority of his career, so that would concern me.
Same. Like, I would probably go Rakestraw ahead of DeJean. DeJean I would take ahead of the tackle.
Yep.
And surprisingly, the tackle leads the vote over Rakestraw.
Huh.
How is that possible? Titus Howard put on his Twitter bio today that he's a right tackle only.
I was just going to mention that to you. Like, that is the biggest, most interesting factor we haven't discussed yet, which is at least Titus Howard is telling us where he wants to play next year.
Is that kind of being a diva?
Oh, for sure.
Like, we agree, for the record, so it's probably like we're not going to get upset about it. Like,
Right.
If we thought Titus Howard was a better left guard and we wanted him to play left guard and he put on his Twitter bio that he's a right tackle only, we would be losing our minds over this.
Yep.
But because we agree with him, like, no one really cares. I'm speaking more we generally than, like, we, you, and I. But it's still diva behavior.
Oh, no, there's no doubt about it. And the fact is that we know he's already paid like a right tackle, and we want him to play right tackle. But that should be for the team to figure out what position he's going to play, because they're the ones signing the checks that gave him what he wanted, and just, let them make the decision, and maybe you could voice that behind the scenes if you wish. But to put it out there like that, there's no doubt there's some diva in that.
Yeah, I didn't. I read that as a little diva-ish too, and I don't like it. But because I agree, I'm willing to let it slide. And because we have beef, I don't want any more beef with Titus Howard. He's a little bigger than me.
You create some beef sometimes.
Hey, he slid into my comments. I didn't add him.
Ooh, that sounded dirty, but okay.
713-780-3776. Who you taking there? Mailbag Monday. You can ask the Killer Bees whatever you want to ask. 713-780-ESPN. What's the question that you have for the Bees that you've always wanted to know? Well, ask it now. Now's your chance. 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. He's Blank, I'm Branham. It's time now for our Mailbag Monday. What is your question for the Killer Bees? 713-780-ESPN, 713-780-3776. Let's go out to the HRP listener line. Pena has a question for the Killer Bees. What you got, Pena?
Hey, what's going on, guys? So I got a good one for y'all this week. Start, bench, cut. Randy Moss, Jerry Rice, Calvin Johnson, College Prime. Who y'all got? Thank you. Have a great day.
Prime?
College Prime?
He said Moss, Jerry Rice, and Calvin
Johnson. I would almost say it would be even better if it was NFL Prime.
Let's do both. We'll start in college.
Wow. College Prime? So you're going Marshall. You're going – Rice went to Southwest Missouri?
Was it at Mississippi Valley?
Yeah,
or Mississippi Valley State. There you go.
Valley.
Yep, Mississippi Valley. And Calvin Johnson went to Georgia Tech.
Georgia Tech.
Yeah, where they ran the triple option.
Yeah.
I think I'd have to start Randy Moss.
I think
he
Randy
got
Moss in
himself on the
college.
Heisman stage in a year where Peyton Manning and Charles Woodson
And he was
were
the
there.
Heisman finalist.
He probably had the best quarterback, too.
Yeah, was it Chad Pennington?
Yeah, it would at least for a little bit.
Boy,
Certainly better than Calvin Johnson.
And in high school, he had another great quarterback that could really dish it out.
Allen Iverson?
Nope, Jason Williams.
White
Chocolate.
White
was
chocolate?
White chocolate was his high school quarterback.
Halliburton tried the white chocolate behind the back
He
elbow pass.
did. It bounced.
Yeah, it was a good effort.
Yeah.
It wasn't perfect, but it was pretty good. I mean, he got there.
So college, I'm going to go Moss is my start.
Moss only played 1 year. I didn't realize they only played 1 year.
But he was up for the Heisman. So
No, he was great in that 1
so
year,
I'm gonna,
yeah.
and if we're saying prime, then I'm going to go Moss. I'm going to go Rice, and I'm going to go Calvin Johnson. Because Calvin Johnson, yeah, the offense wasn't ideal for Calvin Johnson.
He's still good, though. I'll go Randy. I'll start Moss. I'm going to bench Calvin and cut Jerry Rice. Because no one knows where Mississippi Valley well, I guess you know where it's at.
I think we know it's in Mississippi.
I think I know what
It's in the
state we're
valley of
starting with.
Mississippi. I guess you do know where it's at.
Yeah.
Rice finished 9th in the Heisman voting in '84. Huh. I didn't even know. I didn't realize.
I'm sure
that.
they were slinging it.
Calvin Johnson was an All-American. I'm gonna go controversial. Yeah, give me Moss as my starter. I'm gonna keep Calvin, and I'm gonna cut Jerry Rice because he didn't play in real football.
So your Yahoo Sports headline would have been
Georgia Tech
Branham
wasn't
wanted to
playing real
cut
football.
Jerry Rice.
Georgia Tech was pretty good.
They
were
weren't
pretty
playing
good.
real football. You started with saying they were playing the triple option.
But yeah, but they were good. Like they won a bunch of games.
What was their peak, like 9?
Actually, it was pre Johnson. This was Chan Gailey, so maybe they weren't.
I was just
going to
say Chan Gailey was there. Yep.
So maybe they weren't doing triple option stuff yet. Yeah, so that's what I'm sticking with.
NFL version of this question is
go
completely
NFL.
different. NFL to me is Jerry Rice, it's Randy Moss, and then it's Calvin Johnson.
Yeah, that's mine too. You
Yeah,
defer it
make
all,
it 3.
Brian? Yeah,
make it 3.
I know Randy Moss wants to change that narrative and refers to himself as the greatest. I love your self-confidence, Randy, but Jerry's the greatest of all time.
Yeah, he's got him on the volume. Like Randy Moss at his absolute
I
best.
think you could argue Randy Moss is the most talented wide receiver of all time.
The combination
But
of
if you're
speed,
just
size,
talking
and high
resume,
point, and all
like-
that, but yeah.
Their Pro Football Reference page is Jerry Rice.
And then when you look at Super Bowls and
Yeah.
all-time statistics, it's tough not to say Jerry Rice.
Yeah, King of Twitch. What's the most unpredictable division in the AL and the NL this year?
Centrals in both?
Unpredictable?
Yeah, I'll go AL Central.
Yeah,
for
Central
I
sure.
think
for
it's
sure.
Centrals in both.
Let me think about the NL for a second. I think the AL Central is completely up for grabs.
Because
I
in
think,
the
I
National
think
League, the East feels fairly predictable with the Braves,
Yeah,
and
the
then the
Braves
Dodgers
went
in the
away.
West.
You
no,
don't
that's a good
expect
call. I'm gonna go with Brian. I'm gonna
Yeah, I
echo
I
what
agree
think
you
with
it's
said.
that.
Centrals in both.
because you don't know what the Cardinals are going to do.
No.
And you don't know the White Sox are probably still going to be hot
what are
garbage.
the Cubs this year? We don't
Yeah,
know.
the Cubs are up in the air.
I bet the Reds to win that division.
Oh, the Reds are really good.
They
I
got,
took-
they got
they
a
got good
lot of
value.
talented young hitters for sure.
Milwaukee doesn't want to pay anybody, so they're not.
Well, they just brought back Brandon
but
Woodruff.
he won't pitch
Yeah, but
this
he was
year.
not going to pitch this year.
Yeah, true.
Yeah,
So,
I like the Reds in that division a lot.
Oh, I do too. Yeah,
Like,
they're fun
I'm
to
betting
watch.
on the talent there.
They're
and they're
really
getting
fun to
arms
watch.
back. They're getting arms back. They're
Yeah.
getting. I can't remember the other guy's name, but Lodolo's coming back.
Nick Lodolo, yeah.
And then who's the others? They missed it.
Yeah, there's another young pitcher. Gosh, I'll find his name in 2
I've
seconds.
been drafting him, but I can't. Hunter Green.
Yeah, Hunter. That's
Hunter
not even
Green's
who
really
I was.
good.
Oh, I was thinking of Graham Ashcraft.
Yeah, he's coming back too.
He's coming
And
back too. Yeah.
Didn't they sign a couple of veterans? Not really. They brought in Frankie Montas, but that's not really a.
That's
move
just
the
a
needle.
cheap. See what he's got.
Yeah, maybe he has a chance to be the number 5. But their offense is legit. And if Hunter Green and Nick Lodolo are just okay to good, I like their chances to win that division. So we all went Central there. 713-780-3776, 0613, back with another food question. What are y'all's go-to comfort sandwiches?
Oh, comfort sandwich to me is easy. I mean, that's a cheeseburger. Loaded. If I want to go, okay, how about this?
Are we counting this as a sandwich?
Are we counting burgers as sandwiches?
It is a sandwich.
I know it's a sandwich, but like,
well, you just said it.
We argued this a couple months ago.
Yes, we did.
And we came to the conclusion that a cheeseburger was indeed a sandwich.
I mean, it is a sandwich, but he asked. To me,
asked what your favorite sandwich.
if you wanted to say burger, he would say burger.
Now you're getting nitpicky.
Maybe so.
I think
we
it's
just
fair,
got rid of Joe. Don't go bush league on me this early because I already know how you play.
What is your burger? Like, what is your go-to comfort
burger? For me is a double cheeseburger with American cheese with grilled mushrooms, grilled onions, and ketchup.
I'm not surprised it has ketchup on it.
And I'm good. I'm great.
Yeah, for me, I think I would also go cheeseburger for allowing that in. It'd frankly be downstairs from where we are right now. It'd be Burger Chan downstairs. Get their burger with cheese and bacon and the crispy fried onion strings. Fantastic.
Oh, I forgot the bacon.
You doing sales for them?
I would like to. If Burger Chan wants to reach out, I would be more than happy to.
Forgive me for omitting bacon. I'm putting bacon on that bad boy, too.
There you go.
I'm a hot take right here. I don't think that bacon belongs on a cheeseburger.
Oh,
what?
Oh, man.
You get a cheeseburger for the flavors of a cheeseburger. You don't get a cheeseburger for the flavors of the bacon. And the moment you put the bacon on the cheeseburger, the bacon becomes the dominant flavor.
Well,
if you wanted a cheeseburger, get the cheeseburger.
And what's wrong with bacon being the
each
dominant
other. They
flavor?
You don't really
complement
want
each
it.
other.
I don't think it enhances. I think the bacon takes away from the cheeseburger.
Oh, I don't
completely.
at all.
Bad Take Boulevard nominee.
I'm a foodie. I have great food taste. You know, all these foodies just self-proclaim that they're foodies. Whoever gives them the title of foodies.
Like Lance Zierlein?
Yeah, they just tell I'm a foodie, and then now we have to believe you're a foodie. Where did you get that from?
It.
Anybody can claim it. Just like
So then,
you can claim being the preeminent draft expert.
So you're not putting bacon on a club sandwich either?
That's a little different. Bacon belongs on a club sandwich. It doesn't belong on a cheeseburger.
But it's still going to steal every other meat you put on the sandwich.
Yeah, but I don't care if it steals the meat of ham and turkey. Like, if I want a cheeseburger, it's because I want a cheeseburger. I like the cheese and I like the burger. Give me a cheeseburger.
Blend. Everything, the cheese enhances the bacon, which enhances the burger. And then
the dominant flavor. I want the cheeseburger to be my dominant flavor. I don't want the bacon to be the dominant flavor. If I wanted bacon to be the dominant flavor, I'd have some bacon and eggs.
Tell your taste buds to reevaluate the dominance.
You guys like egg on a burger?
Yes,
I do not.
I'm with Jeremy. I love an egg. Good.
I do not.
So good.
Good
with
fried
the runny
egg on a burger.
yolk.
Well, see,
no, I don't get it. I don't get it very runny. I like it cooked.
I like it. I honestly like it over well. But
yeah,
if it gets runny, that's okay. I don't mind
a
it
little bit of run's okay, but I don't want it to be a sloppy mess.
I hate yolks, so nope, I'm out.
That's funny because you're yoked. Ocho, do your family members have nicknames for you?
No.
My grandma used to. Well, she still. I don't know if she really calls me anymore.
My mom
Sometimes she'll call me mijo or jeremias. Whenever I was really young, they would call me pupas. I don't know why.
My mom used to call me the prince.
The prince?
Because she's the queen, my dad was the king, so.
That's what Joe used to call you.
No. No.
000. Do you any for you, Brian? I mean, BMAC.
No.
Your parents?
You don't like BMAC as much. We found out.
No,
he likes to go by Brian.
I don't hate it. I just don't prefer it. But no one.
So that's why it's in your handle.
That's another story we don't have time for. But no, I don't really have any nicknames for family members.
What do you think about instead of Josh Hader, the Astros could have gotten J.D. Martinez and then used the rest of the money that was spent on Hader for another reliever?
Where's Martinez play, though?
All at this point,
DH.
Jeremy and I already discussed this. He's a DH. So, yeah, I'll take Hader.
Yeah, I would rather have Hader because I don't know how you fit Martinez in because you don't want Jordan playing left every day.
I want him playing 51 times this year, Brian. We have a little wager here.
I think you have a shot. I think it's a really good number.
Well, especially with Espada's quote, I had new hope.
Yeah, I know. I probably wouldn't have said 50 after Espada's quote. Corey, is Big 12 basketball the strongest conference in all of sports?
In all of sports,
that's
in all of basketball, yes. In all of sports, I would say SEC football.
I would say Big 12 wrestling. Or Big 10. What's Nebraska in? They're probably in the Big 10. I have no idea.
Nebraska's in the Big 10.
I don't think the SEC football was as dominant this year.
It's SEC football every year.
I mean, which one of the SEC schools played in the championship game?
Okay. I think Georgia still had an argument.
I mean, how can you be the?
I
How
know
can
it's
you have
when
the
you
strongest
lose, but
conference in
Georgia-
all college sports?
Well,
To
if
me-
you're
You
looking
have
at
a
what
single
they're, if you're looking
conference.
at the teams they'll have for next year, 2 of the 4 are SEC schools.
I'll go Big 12 basketball because I'm a raging homer.
Well, we know this.
Aggie Matt, why is Joe really gone? He called me talentless. Joe's not gone from the station.
No.
Joe's just no longer
He's
with
just
the Killer Bees.
relegated to.
Joe's got
Parts
stuff
unknown.
to do. So
European
he basically
soccer.
tried to abandon us because he always is trying to find
No.
the bigger
It
thing.
wasn't Joe that made the decision. Let's not get that twisted. Eric the driver, who in the bullpen has the best single pitch?
In the Astros bullpen?
Yeah, I think so. I think that's what he meant.
Wow.
I think
I'll
I might
go
go
Abreu's
I was going to go
fastball.
Abreu's fastball.
I think
I'll
I'd
go
go to
slide
Abreu's
piece.
fastball.
Because to
I'll
me,
go
it was
slide piece.
whose fastball is better between Hader and Abreu?
That's the thing. I need to see Hader
Yeah.
up close and personal for a while.
Wow, that's a good
My
question.
gut feel is my gut feeling is Abreu's fastball.
I would. That's where I would go.
Ocho, which college basketball team has been most disappointing and why? Michigan or Memphis?
Well, I watched Memphis play the majority of that game the other day, and I was like against SMU.
Yesterday, it was yesterday.
Yeah,
They got
and I'm
hammered.
like, my goodness, Memphis has just underachieved.
Can I go option C, the Texas Longhorns?
They're a tournament team right now.
Yeah,
Still pretty disappointing coming off of what?
that's just because they played
Elite
U of
Eight.
H close
they were
on the
Elite
road,
Eight
and then they
last
got their
year.
doors blown off.
Yeah,
Is mayonnaise an instrument?
it's an instrument.
That's what it says. Is mayonnaise an instrument? You take it however you choose.
I'll take it as I'll pass because that sounds weird.
I don't like mayonnaise, but it's necessary in some things. Like I made a copycat Chewy's jalapeno ranch the other day, and it called for mayo, and it tasted good. So I think mayo's necessary for things. I don't eat it on stuff though.
I've never been a fan of mayo.
Yeah, me either. All right, that does it for our
Except
Mailbag
for tuna.
Monday. You like tuna?
I mean, growing up in the Midwest, we had a lot of tuna fish, and it was also very inexpensive. And tuna, you had to mix it with something, but we would mix it with Miracle Whip.
Where are you fishing for tuna in the Midwest?
Tuna's
Is it in the lakes?
Tuna's
For
popular.
mile
'cause-
I'm
5.
kidding. I know it's not in the lakes. Well, chicken of the sea.
Thanks, Jessica.
I'm not a big tuna guy. I don't like tuna at all. Ugh, makes me sick thinking about it. 713-780-ESPN. Can we be done with the NBA All-Star Game already? I have a solution, actually, that I want to run by you guys to see if it would fix the All-Star Game. 713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line, Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
Guys, right now I want to tell you about the newest, greatest golf spot I have found, and they have the best simulators around, and it is X Golf. X Golf is absolutely fantastic. It's at 99 and I-10, and there's 8 simulators. It's a great spot to be. You can think about it as kind of like better than Top Golf indoors, and it's the most accurate golf that you can find. If there's a rainy day and you're supposed to play your course and you couldn't get on, well, I got a solution for you. You go to X Golf because X Golf is going to be as accurate as it comes. You can actually play your own golf ball. The golf ball that you like to play for touch and feel, you can practice your chipping, your putting, hit all your shots. It is so accurate in calculating spin and ball flight and distance. And you can practice as well as you can play up to 50 courses worldwide. We're going to be there on Friday. It would be a great time for you to check it out and know that it could be your go-to indoor golf spot and practice range because it is absolutely the best I've ever seen. Check it out today. You need to go to X Golf on the internet or go out there in person. Matter of fact, see us on Friday as the station's going to be broadcasting live from 12 until 6. You need to stop by and see us. It's 99 at I-10 and Katy. It's X Golf.
All teams covered. No stalking points necessary. You're back with the Killer Bees on 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
I don't know what to call that NBA All-Star game yesterday. He's blankers on Branham.
Layup scrimmage.
Yeah, it was that's a good way to call it. It was like it's a layup drill. That's what it was.
Yeah, it was a half-assed layup drill.
Yeah, Larry Bird was begging for them to play hard before the game. Kobe said once that there has been better pickup games at Pauley Pavilion at UCLA. Anthony Edwards said after the game, like, what do you expect from us? This is a break. 211 to 186. Like, this was more of a NASCAR race.
It was awful.
Than a basketball game.
I don't know. I mean, we had it on, and I was going in and out of the living room, and I happened to catch Luka getting a completely, I don't know how he could have been winded, but he got a dunk. He barely got over the rim, and then there was a steal in the backcourt. They gave it back to him, and he tried the off the backboard to himself and got it stuck on the front of the rim and then didn't get back. I'm like, oh, this is just awful.
I watched about 3 minutes of game action, and I turned it off, and I watched the Houston-Iowa State game from January 9th. That I was like, I turned it on, and I was like, okay, this is not basketball. I'm going to turn on a real basketball game. So I went back and watched the old Houston-Iowa State game. Not a fan. I wasn't
The whole
a fan
thing
of
was
what I saw
organized.
yesterday.
It was actually so poorly organized that TNT did the one thing that could have saved it. They took Charles off the air on the main feed and put him on an alternate feed with Draymond Green and Taylor Rooks. And then the rest of the studio show was just completely bland. And then, again, trying to watch this, it was like everybody, you either wanted the MVP, so you were trying to really impress. And I thought Halliburton, first time in the game, and I think he made 5 threes in a span of like a minute and a half. And then Damon Lillard started making them from half court, and I'm going, this is a joke.
Yeah, I do like that the East-West is back. Like, that's fine with me. There's ways that I think you can. Yeah, I think there's ways you can fix this. You had Lillard shooting at half court, but at least he was making. Like, Luka tried the 60-footer. Like, he tried a 65-footer. Like, what was he doing? Like, what is that? Like, what's going on?
Anthony Towns had 30 points in the fourth quarter.
No one's turning in to see that.
And the problem is, and we have the audio from Anthony Edwards if you want to play it, but it doesn't really matter. Like it seems like the NBA All-Star game is flipped between formats, and you have the captain thing. They messed with how long the game was. They've done a ton of different things to try to make the game competitive. But it doesn't matter unless the players in the game take it seriously. Like, guys, I mean, you mentioned Kobe earlier. There was a time, even though the scores were still 150, 148, that when it got to the fourth quarter, the Jordans and the Magics, the Kobes, they would start to take it serious and play some real ball in the fourth quarter.
But Kobe took it seriously because he wanted to prove himself against Jordan. He always wanted to guard him, and that was cool. But Adam Silver said he wanted to get back to East-West and regular format because he didn't think the old format was working. At least with 4 quarters, where it didn't get completely whacked out like 20-some point leads, you knew that you were playing for something for every quarter, and there was some money involved because at the end of the day, which sucks, but this is where we're at, players are not going to play hard unless there's money on the line. And that's why the midseason tournament was so popular, because guys got a chance to get $500,000 if they won. So there was a little bit more intensity. When they were doing the 4-quarter thing, and you win the quarters and it was going to charity, it also meant something at the end of the day because the team got more money if you won than if you lost. And it condensed everything to kind of create some kind of competitiveness with the score in each quarter. Yesterday was a joke.
There's still money involved, but it's not enough, and that's how I would fix it. Because the winning team gets $100,000, the losing team gets $25,000. You get fined $75,000 for saying something bad to the referees. Like, $75,000 is obviously still a significant amount of money, but it's not a lot to guys who are all-stars in the NBA, and they're making probably on average $25 million a year. I think they should raise it, and I think they should give the winning team, every member of the winning team, $1 million. The losing team gets nothing. You get your trip paid for. They'll book your travel. Your hotel room. They'll feed you. But the winning team gets $1 million. The losing team gets $0. And I think you'll see them compete a little bit.
I don't like how high you just put it at. I just think
even with the $1 million, I mean, a guy like LeBron that's going to make like $50 million a year.
Still $1 million, though.
Still chump
you win a
change
cool meal in one night of work. I think that they tried. They tried in the NIT when there was $1 million up top.
I don't think that they're going to pay more for the All-Star game to guys that are multi-millionaires already than they are for the midseason tournament for the roster that wins it getting $500,000. But if you want to say that the winning team, winner take all, $500,000 for the winning team, yeah, I think that would be exactly where you start. Because I think when you're talking about that kind of money and the sponsorships and everything that would have to roll into the NBA coming up with that dough as well as the midseason tournament, I think that's too much. But I think if you want to go $500,000 winner take all, that's basically essentially what they're kicking out anyway, or at least close to where I think that would be something that might have a chance. Because otherwise, everybody say, well, how do you resurrect it? You just don't. If you don't have the money aspect of it, then you're not going to entice these guys to play.
I like the $1 million. $500,000 just doesn't sound as cool. Like, tune into the NBA All-Stars that are playing for $1 million, or tune into the NBA All-Star game where the winner gets $500,000. Give me the full $1 million.
How many guys are on the roster?
Give me the full $1 million. Somebody says everything should go to charity. That's fine. Play for $1 million to your charity, and the players get the tax write-offs.
Because I would say that you could just take the grand total of how much money the winning team gets and just say, winner take all, $37 million or whatever.
It's also not my. It's all. Yeah, that's a good call. You could do that because
Yeah.
now you're getting a bigger lump sum, and it gives you more. Like it's more. It's splashy.
It's
it pops off
clout
the
for
page
the
more.
advertising. Yep.
Yeah, that's a good call. I like that. You add it all up and say they're paying for this much million. That's a good call. Yeah, I'm just not a big fan of the NBA All-Star game. I could not watch.
Your boy
it.
won the dunk
Literally
contest.
could not watch. I watched the dunk contest. I'm a fan of the All-Star festivities. I watched the entire Saturday night. Well, I didn't watch the beginning. I watched the three-point shootout. I watched the Steph, and I watched the slam dunk competition.
That's all you really needed to see.
Yeah, I don't. All the stuff before that doesn't really interest me a whole lot. I love the three-point contest, and I don't love that they added all the Moneyball rack, and I don't love that they added the Moneyball spot. I wish they would go back to the old traditional way,
Agreed.
kind of how I feel about the home run derby. Call me a purist. Slam dunk competition, I thought it was pretty good. Like, we can be critical of it, certainly. Like, I think it's silly that Mac McClung is participating in it. Mac McClung has played in 4 NBA games. Mac McClung has participated in 2 NBA slam dunk contests. I find that very weird. I don't know who that's really benefiting. But he was the best dunker that night.
God, he can fly.
He was easily the best dunker.
Yeah, there's no doubt about the fact that he is the master of his craft when it comes to dunking. But then I watched him in the Rising Stars Challenge, and I actually realized he still has some game. I mean, he actually had in the first game they played, he had a majority of their points. He was scoring inside and outside, and I was like, okay, he has more game left than I thought because he went to Georgetown. He bounced around schools. He was an internet sensation, but all it was
saw him at
dunking.
Tech. Yeah, we played him at Tech.
Is that right? Yeah.
Yeah.
And so I was like, well, maybe someone could he has a chance to be at the back end of someone's roster. But I thought the bigger thing of the dunk contest was Jaylen Brown did it. And obviously he was a little petty because he was trying to prove that he had a left hand because he was wearing a glove on it with sparklies.
Which was a terrible windmill, by the way.
Yeah.
Like,
but
you're trying for the
same time,
windmill, and it was like a 30% windmill.
the reason why I like it, no matter what he did dunking, was he's the biggest name they've had in a while. And because of it, and because of the broadcasters getting on it, John Morant came out and said, I'm going to consider it now going forward. You get a couple of the younger guys that can really fly that are big, big names. And obviously Ja has a lot to gain, too, to try and resurrect his image. But if Ja would get into the contest, Zion could possibly get into the contest. You get some of the young guys that can do these kind of dunks, that now you could bring the contest back.
And that's really the key, because we've had years past where Dwight Howard, Blake Griffin, those guys were in it, and those dunk contests were a lot of fun. But if you don't have the guys that people know, then it's...
Cachet and the clout counts. No matter how much
Sure.
Matt McClung can do and how he might be the greatest dunker on the planet,
who you put it on the headline.
yeah,
it
he
matters.
doesn't have the name
Which
that
4 would
carries
you?
it.
Which 4 would you? If you could pick your 4, which 4 are you going with?
Anthony Edwards, Ja
Oh.
Morant.
Jaws down mine for sure.
Yep.
I wouldn't mind seeing Giannis.
I just don't think he can do enough flash because he's just so freaking long that he could dunk standing up almost.
Yeah, but you throw length in with his leaping ability, he could do some things that maybe we don't see.
Who else am I missing that are high flyers? I think
Jaws
Zion.
would be number 1 on my list.
Yeah, Ja, Zion, Anthony Edwards, and there's got to be someone I'm missing. But did you put those 3 in?
Boban.
It's a good start. Who?
Boban.
No.
You don't want Boban.
They
in the
were
dunk
they were
contest.
they were lobbying for Karl Anthony Towns last night because he had a
know.
couple of reverses when he had 30 in the fourth quarter. Stop it.
You need star power. Completely agree. 713-780-ESPN, HRP. Listen, who's your dream for the slam dunk contest? Also, Kenyon Green posted on his bio today that he's a right tackle only. I'm sorry, that was Titus Howard. Kenyon Green, last year, didn't play a game. People are already calling him a bust. how critical it is for the Texans to make a decision on Kenyon Green right now. It's the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
The Killer Bees. What about the Murderous Jays? We've got Joel, Jeremy, and Joe. That's 3 J's. Coming to you live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios on ESPN 97.5. It's the Killer Bees and Murderous Jays.
1772. They should have a contest where people off the street can compete for a chance to go up against NBA players in the dunk contest. I've seen non-pros do amazing things. Wouldn't that be kind of like Rocky? Didn't they pull Rocky off the street to fight Apollo Creed and Rocky won in that exhibition?
I don't remember how wasn't he climbing the ranks?
I think I don't remember exactly. I thought he was just kind of like a journeyman boxer who, like, somebody pulled out and they just threw him into an exhibition with Apollo, and then he held his own. And then
Yeah,
that's what,
it's been a while, I guess, since I've seen the original Rocky.
Yeah, I can't really remember. 0294, I like the $1 million idea, but for guys who make 30, 40, $1 million, does it still really matter? I think you put $1 million at stake for 3-hour work. I think they would care about that.
There's no doubt. Look, I mean, look what you incentivized an entire team to get $500,000, and you had LeBron and Anthony Davis playing like it mattered a whole hell of a lot. So you can incentivize them with that for sure. It sucks that that's what it's come to, but that's what it's going to take.
Ocho says, star power or not, there's only so many ways to dunk a ball. There might get 1 or 2 per contest. That's never been done, but that's not enough to carry an entire contest. That's the thing. We do see, like, it's hard to be innovative now.
McClung's pass to himself was not done before that I've seen, and that was pretty damn impressive.
I thought that was the best dunk of the night.
Yes.
1772, losing team has to get something. If I'm an all-star, I'm not playing for potentially free or risking injury.
Well,
you're playing for something. Like, you're not going to get anything if you lose, but you get the opportunity to win $1 million. Like, that's pretty significant.
Now, teams aren't going to like this, but to combat that, destination's going to matter. You're not playing it in Indy if they ain't getting anything for it. You're going to play it in warm weather, vacation-like situations where guys are going to want to go to either let loose or to bring their families. And that's why when the Pro Bowl was in Hawaii, the Pro Bowl got a whole lot more attendance when they were still playing the game because it was Hawaii. So you can't be playing it in Midwest cities in the middle of January and expecting to get the attendance for just airfare and hotel.
Yeah, that's true. Adrian, I thought about it and call me crazy, but I think the best way to get them to compete is the winner of every quarter gets a money incentive, and winner of the game gets home court advantage in the finals.
Easy, bud, Seelig.
Adrian Seelig.
Yeah, easy, bud.
Yeah, I can't do that. Like,
Nope.
and most of the players aren't going to be in the finals anyways.
No, now, and no one would like this either, but, I mean, if you can just kind of split the team and have them play quarters and play hard for, half the quarters or whatever so that they get their runs in, then you guarantee they're going to be on the court. And then, like you said, you incentivize each quarter win. And if that, again, if I'm just playing with unlimited funds, money's going to take precedence over everything. They're going to play their tails off if they know what they're getting at the end of the day or end of a quarter. But other than that, I don't think a matchup with any said player they're being compared to or otherwise is going to matter.
Yeah. 713-780-ESPN. Kenyon Green, we don't know what he's going to be in 2024. Started a bunch of games in his rookie season in 2022. Didn't play all that well. 2023 had the shoulder injury and never got his season started. Got placed on season-ending IR before the 2023 campaign even kicked off. We saw Juice Scruggs play left guard once he came back and was healthy. Was good there. Like, he was admirable for a rookie. I think that he's best long term at center. I think center is his position, and like I'm cool like just going ahead and getting my permanent marker out and saying, Scruggs, you're my starting center going into 2024. Jarrett Patterson held his own, 6-rounder out of Notre Dame. To me, he's more of a backup, going into next season. So it makes you wonder, well, what's the plan at left guard? I think that it's critical for the Houston Texans to make up their mind on Kenyon Green before the offseason begins. Nick Caserio, D'Amico Ryans, they need to get together and they need to say, okay, Kenyon Green is going to be a starter. Kenyon Green is going to compete to be a starter. Kenyon Green is a backup that's not going to be a starter. Those are your three options, and they have to make that decision before the offseason gets underway. That way they know how to handle the offseason.
See, I don't know that they can, though, Jeremy, based on his health, right? You just have to make sure he's 100% healthy from his surgeries and previous and the shoulder issue is the last hurdle, obviously, and the most recent injury. But
I would argue that tells you that it can't be A then. Like if you're telling me that you don't like they can't know where he's at, that means that it can be option A, he's my starting left guard. That means it either needs to be he's option B, where he's at best competing for a starting spot, or it's option C, where I'm looking at a starting left guard, whether it's free agency or in the draft.
Well, but if I know that there's a way that, he's improving his footwork and doing all these things before he can start lifting weights again or really hitting guys in live action again, then I know that at least he's been trying to work on some things, too, to make sure that when he does come back, it's a different Kenyon Green than we've seen. But I'm with you. Look, I'd love to have them have everything in front of them and be able to say, this is what – I'm going to have to suck it up if I'm Nick Caserio. If I missed on the pick, then I missed on the pick. But what's most important is going forward, I get it right. Give CJ the best opportunity to succeed and the running game and the offense, and that's what I got to do. I just don't think they're going to do that. I don't know that he's going to be ready to do that, and I think that because of where he was selected and because of what they saw when they drafted him, that it's going to go – they're not going to do that.
The Texans are like – I think they have a chance to be good, and if you have a chance to be good, you can't go into the season with your option at left guard being, let's keep our fingers crossed. So, like, it's got to be option B or C if you don't think that there's enough information to tell if he's healthy. And quite frankly, I don't think that Jarrett Patterson, Juice Scruggs, Kenyon Green is enough. Like, if you want to go option B where Kenyon's fighting for a starting spot, then you better find a veteran who's at least capable of starting at left guard.
Yeah, I would find one or the other, right? I would find either a veteran center or a veteran left guard, and I have to have that veteran know that they're going to be on this roster one way or the other, because you don't know from a health perspective if he's going to last, and you don't know where he's going to be in terms of being a viable offensive lineman in the NFL, no matter what he did at A&M. So regardless, I think they have to have at least one extra veteran lineman, because Patterson's going to be your, like as you mentioned, you're going to be that's your insurance at center. But you're going to have to need not just an insurance policy at left guard, but a left guard, a veteran left guard that's capable of starting.
So that's why I feel like you have to make that decision now. Like, and if it's option C, like they might know if it's option C. Like they might know that Kenyon Green's not capable of being a starting left guard. I think it would be a little unfair if he really was hurt last year. But you saw him for a good chunk of his rookie year.
Yeah.
You saw him in the preseason. Maybe his injury, he had the surgery. But if they thought he was really good, do you place him on the season-ending IR? Or do you carry him whenever you have to cut camp and get the roster down to 53 and put him on, IR after the season begins, and you can get him back at the start of at some point in the year?
But I just don't know the severity of what the shoulder and the surgery
Same.
and the recovery. But look, I think it's pretty safe to say that what we've seen so far is at least as much as what we've seen, and we know they've seen more. That he's been a bust, and you don't throw the term around loosely, but there's no other way to put it for where he was drafted, what was expected, and what we've seen. It's a horrible proposition to have to try and evaluate other than saying he's been a bust.
If that's what it is, though, like, what's the plan?
Well, there's no way Kenyon Green could be your plan A. I think we can all agree on that. There's got to be some sort of contingency plan, because I just don't see how you can put somebody who looked like a bust in year one, didn't play in year two, in front of arguably the most important player in franchise history, in C.J. Stroud.
If it looked like a bust and played like a bust.
Exactly. Walks like a duck, talks like a duck. I just don't see how you can make that your plan A. Like, if you want to say you draft a guy in the second or third round, if you want to sign a veteran free agent and have Kenyon Green compete with him and Kenyon Green wins the job, then great. If he earns the job, then he earns the job and put him out there. But, C.J. Stroud, I'll say it again, I think he's the most important player in franchise history at this point, and I'm not putting somebody out there that we're labeling as a bust in front of him if I have another option.
You still be back. There's plenty of general managers that are hell-bent on their way, and they were right on a draft pick.
Sure.
That there is a scenario where he is option A.
Yeah, there could be, but we saw. I think you could make the case that if Nick Caserio was that type of GM that would have been hell bent on being right on his player, then Dameon Pierce would have never moved out of the starting lineup. Like, Dameon Pierce was relegated to one carry a game over the second half. But it's
different if you miss on a fourth-round running back as opposed to.
You're not wrong.
A first-round guard.
I just think that this shows some ability from Nick Caserio to move on when he thought he might be wrong.
Yeah, I think it's bad GMing if you operate that way. And I agree with what Brian said, too, that C.J. Stroud is the most important player in franchise history. And if you have a chance to be a playoff team, and some people are saying that this could be the start of the Houston Texans Super Bowl window, I don't think you can have that kind of uncertainty at guard, where you're just like, okay, this guy's our starter because he's in year 3 and he's a former first-rounder. I think that is bad logic. And I've seen people have this thought. I'm not talking about you,
right,
Blankers. Like, some people are like, well, you've already spent too much on offensive line. You can't spend any more, so what you got is what you got. What kind of logic is that? That's silly logic. You want to be a winner or do you want to lose? And if you want to win, then you need to be making the best decisions for your football team based on the information you have today, not because you drafted a guy in the first round a couple of years ago. You have to cut bait if you have to cut bait. Look what San Francisco did with Trey Lance. Like, they were like, okay, Mr. Irrelevant is a better player than the guy that we traded up for, and we're going to sell Trey Lance for pennies on the dollar. That way we're all in on Mr. Irrelevant. That's like, you can make the case, well, that's bad drafting, but you can also make the case that that's great evaluation, and then they moved on at the right time.
See, and the scarier thing to me, guys, is the fact that when Nick Caserio came out in the press conference to admit he knew that it was not an if, it was a when Kenyon Green's shoulder was going to go, he didn't make a contingency plan. He didn't have insurance on the roster, and only after it went did he go scrambling to try and find replacements to try and rectify the problem, when all it essentially did was completely discombobulate the continuity of your entire offensive line, moving guys out of their natural positions.
Yep. 713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line. 6837, the Steeler left guard we got was pretty good when he played. That was Kendrick Green. He's still under contract. I don't know if that's what you want to go into next offseason, though, where you have Kendrick Green and Kenyon Green fighting for left guard.
No.
I think you can make an upgrade there. Whether it's
and
a
hopefully
mid-round
there are
draft pick or free
teams,
agent.
to your guys' point too, but they want to play with CJ. They know that this is a winning franchise going forward, and it's probably a better system and environment for them to get into, especially, and it depends on the offers they get, sure, too, as part of it. But was it Whitehair from the Bears? Now, he might cost a little bit more, but he was a former All-Pro guard that could come into a winning environment and go, yeah, I'd like to be the final piece to that puzzle.
And I don't even think it necessarily takes like the top price free agent to necessarily fix this position. I mean, the best offensive line the Texans ever had running a similar system under Gary Kubiak, their guards were Mike Brazel and Wade Smith, who weren't exactly top of the
Wasn't
market.
Chris Myers the center?
Chris Myers was the center, exactly. So we're not talking, other than Dwayne Brown at left tackle and Eric Winston, who was the third-round pick, you're not talking about a lot of highly invested in players. So this system, the zone scheme, if you can find someone who specifically fits it, it doesn't necessarily have to be the top, price free agent on the market.
Yeah, that's a good point. 713-780-ESPN. Some have said the Texans had the top-ranked rookie class. How can you argue? I mean, they had the offensive rookie of the year and the defensive rookie of the year. Is it time for the Killer Bees to eat crow? 713-780-ESPN. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
Welcome back, Houston. These guys missed you over the last break. It's the Killer Bees, Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham, live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
He's Blank. I am Branham. Nocho's tweeting about Houston basketball.
Shocker.
Said a lot of things about the Texas-Houston game prior to the Houston-Texas game, and he hadn't said anything since. I noticed that about Ocho.
He was also all over Marquette this Saturday to keep it close with UConn. How'd that work out?
Yeah. 713-780-ESPN, HRMP listener line. It's funny, it's Brian McDonald is going to be our producer now. Joe George no longer producing our show for a variety of reasons. Wink, wink. Still with the station, but
You wouldn't allow it.
I don't want to be a diva, but yeah, he called me talentless.
Let's just call it like it is.
He called me talentless. He thought he was going to get away with that. Come on now. We are the talent. He is the producer. Anyways, the Texans had the top-ranked rookie class. Is it time for the Killer Bees to eat crow? It's funny we're doing this on Brian's first day. Now, I've been known. I was the one that on draft day during the draft show, I said today is going to be a day that could live in infamy. But Brian cut off my microphone. He didn't let me finish the sentence in which I said they would live in infamy for the rest of the NFL. He cut my mic.
Oh,
and
yeah, that's clearly what happened.
That's exactly what happened. But anyways, NFL.com ranked the top rookie classes of this past year, and I mean, how could it not be the Texans? They had the offensive rookie of the year. They had the defensive rookie of the year. I would argue that Pittsburgh shouldn't have been 2 and that the Rams should have been 2. Like, I don't know how the Rams aren't 2. Like, you drafted
Especially with
Byron
the two
Young.
third-rounders, yeah.
They both had, like, almost double-digit sacks. One of them might have. And then you got Puka Nacua in the 5th round.
Yep.
Like, who was second in offensive rookie of the year. How in the world are the Rams third in the Steelers? I mean, Steelers, good draft, but Broderick Jones, Joey Porter Jr., Darnell Washington was kind of meh. How does that over the Rams? I have of this list.
I'd put the Lions above the Steelers, too.
Yeah.
That's why I was
how do you not with Jahmyr Gibbs and Sam Laporta?
Plus, we've spent so much time looking at what they did and how they constructed that team with the picks they had. It was pretty impressive. Did the Rams have their first this year?
Yeah, the Rams' first pick was round 2, Steve Avila.
Yeah, so they traded away their first. It was part of all the trades when they were giving away all their
for
picks.
Stafford, maybe.
Yeah, that's part. Well, Stafford and others when they got Jalen Ramsey, Stafford, when they were putting that with all those pieces together to get over the top, they were giving away first-round picks left and right. That's why it's impressive that they didn't have a first and still got the players they got.
You could say Green Bay had a better draft than Pittsburgh.
Certainly hit on the number of wide receivers. And I think
two wide receivers.
Yeah, 2 wide receivers. Luke Musgrave looked pretty good at moments. Tucker Kraft looked pretty good at moments.
Yeah, Van Ness was the guy that was kind of
Yeah.
Seattle,
the first-round pick,
with Witherspoon and Jackson Smith and Jigba.
Yep.
How in the world are the Steelers second? This kind of ticks me off a little bit.
Yeah, that's who? Where's this from?
The NFL.com.
NFL.com.
I mean, reputable, right? It was
Well,
Eric
guess.
Edholm and Chad.
I don't know. They hired Lance.
Yeah, I was gonna say we got to say that we got a guy on staff.
I mean, I like Eric Edholm a lot. Chad Reuter's mocks are kind of goofy.
Edholm and Eric Edholm, and who's the big Bears fan? Adam Rank.
He's a big Bear fan. I like Adam Rank too. Actually.
Yeah, those two guys have been on the show shows previously.
NFL does a good. I'm a big fan of NFL.com. I think they put together. I'm not just saying that because of Lance. Like I think they put together really good content. Like there's some. Like I think Reuter's a little goofy. I like Cynthia Freeland, but she's very analytical, so it leads to like some kind of quirky things. But I mean, that's kind of her shtick. Anyways, the Texans are 1. Is it time for the Killer Bees to eat crow? We were pretty critical the day after the draft for what the Texans gave up. So should we eat crow a little bit today, Blankers?
Well, I mean, I don't think we have to get the knife and fork just yet. Obviously, after 1 year, it looks very good because of the fact that the Texans won a lot of football games. I didn't anticipate that happening. I thought that pick was going to be a lot higher because I didn't think that the Texans were going to be that good. The fact that they hit on the guys they did, but if you don't take Will Anderson, you could also say that they could have had some pretty good football players that would have helped them in areas where they were lacking a little bit. But yeah, I think we're sitting at the table. I'm sitting at the table, and I've got the ketchup out because right now it doesn't look like it's really going my way.
Would you rather have Will Anderson or Jahmyr Gibbs?
That's the conversation we always have. That's why I said that's why we're not knife and fork yet.
The thing is, though, you don't know that that's what the Texans would have done, and the Texans very well probably don't do that. Like I have a hard time.
Even if it is, though, you take pass rush over a running back every day of the week.
But would you take pass rush over Gibbs and Laporta?
I still would, yeah. I think pass rusher is the second most important position after quarterback.
I do too. I think it's close, but I probably lean Anderson too. To be completely honest.
And I think the other thing, Jeremy, excuse me, but the one thing I was going to add to that came up because when you said Green Bay, is one of the guys that was hot on our list that they should consider was Van Ness, and
Yep.
Van Ness didn't do a damn thing.
Yeah, see, like we can position it to where you passed on Gibbs and Laporta, or you gave up Gibbs and Laporta, but it very well could have been Lucas Van Ness
Yep.
and then Laporta, or even like a bust there. So I mean, you get bird in hand, right?
Right.
So yeah, I think the Texans, end of the day, got it right. One thing that I won't backtrack from though is the Texans paid a high price to move up to number 3.
No
I
question.
am not going to backtrack off of that.
Nope, me either.
The Jimmy Johnson trade chart, whether you want to look at some of these other trade charts, the Texans gave up more than what you should for number 3. That's a fact. That's not an opinion. But I also think it's a compliment to Will Anderson. And this is where, just accept that the Texans gave up a lot to move up to number 3 because Nick Caserio was standing on the table and was willing to overspend for a player he thought was really, really good. And Will Anderson was really, really good. So they overspent, but was Will Anderson worth the overspend? After 17 games in a rookie season, I'm willing to say yes.
Yeah, look, I think D'Amico had to say so in that too, right?
Probably.
Because, not only where he went to school, but the position that he played and the fact that new in the building, they wanted it. He's going to have a pretty loud voice, and he liked what he saw. So, look, I trust those guys to be the smartest guys in the room, and if they were on the same page and they got the guy that they truly wanted to have, and he played the way he did in his rookie year, yeah, it obviously looks like I was expecting when we were having these conversations. One, I agree with you. I think they gave up too much. But I don't know that they had to. Well, maybe we never know that. But at the same time, I was expecting Marvin Harrison Jr. or a top 5 type pick is what you were giving up. When you didn't do that because of how the team performed, it changed everything right for probably the rest of the time we discussed the trade.
That's the caveat to that too, because you're right. Like now, if you talk about Gibbs, Laporta, Marvin Harrison Jr., now that's the huge swing of this conversation. So not only did you overspend to trade up, but you got the pick right. You overspent, traded up for the right guy. So you stood on the table. You doubled down for Will Anderson, got it right. So credit Caserio there. Even if he had to overspend a little bit, you still got the guy that you wanted, and it came to fruition. And then the team's success really played your way out of this conversation. Because if it was a Marvin Harrison Jr. type, now you're looking at Gibbs, Laporta, Marvin Harrison for Will Anderson. That's not
great. That's a totally different discussion.
Versus, Gibbs, Laporta, and that's best case scenario, and it's not, guaranteed that they go best case scenario. But if you do, Gibbs, Laporta, Brian said he would still take Will Anderson over those two, and I kind of lean that way too. And then now you're talking about pick 20 in the NFL draft. So that's a lot different than Gibbs, Laporta, pick 4 in the NFL draft.
Yeah. I mean, that's why, again, I'm happy I was wrong from the standpoint it was a very enjoyable season, and the sky's the limit now. But if I was under the mentality of you were dealing with a top 5 caliber pick as well as other players to fill other positions that you sorely need and looked like you were almost desperate to get, so that's why I questioned it.
Yeah, tip of the cap to Nick Caserio and D'Amico. 713-780-ESPN, a day that would live in infamy for the rest of the NFL. I wish you didn't cut the mic, Brian. I really wish you didn't do that. 713-780-3776. Every now and then, depending on the day, it's a will of bits. You never know what you're going to get. You never know what you're going to get with the will of bits. What's coming up today? It's next on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
It's the Killer Bees, and that means you have no idea what's happening next. Could it be the next great food debate? A Joel rant for the ages? Or maybe Jeremy will call for a bounty gate on someone? Well, let's find out. It's time for the Wheel of Bits.
Oh my goodness, would you look at this? What an enormous spin.
Let's play. Is it Bush League?
What an enormous spin. Is that the same voice that normally does the...
No, I changed it up a little bit.
Oh, okay. I was about to say, I could have sworn it was a man.
It's no longer a man.
He sounds a little different today.
Yeah, it sounded like a British lady.
It did, okay.
Thought it added a little bit of elegance to the show.
I don't have the best hearing, Brian. You'll learn that about me.
I don't either.
I'm losing my hearing at my old age, so I was just making sure. All right, what we got today? What Bush League or not? That's what he
Bush
said?
League or not. And we're going to start off with the NBA All-Star Game, and specifically someone from Joel's hometown, Milwaukee Bucks. The Damian Lillard openly gunning for MVP, I thought was questionable, and I'll go ahead and put it out there. I thought it was Bush League. So if you didn't see, Dame said after the game that he was, he fully admitted, he was going for the MVP. He said, quote, "My first start, I'm going to be on the floor a lot. Why not try to go get MVP?" And responded to criticism after the game, especially with the Pacers fans booing him because he wouldn't give the ball to Tyrese Halliburton, the hometown hero. He said, quote, "I expect it. We're in his hometown. We're in his building. He had a great game. But it's an honor, and I've been here quite a few times to have this type of accomplishment is special." So when you look into the box score, Dame, as we mentioned a few segments ago, not only does he take 26 shots to Halliburton's 15 and Dame's 26 shots led the East, but he's also taken half court three-pointers.
Making them.
He is making them, but it's
multiple.
It's just it's an all-star game. It's an exhibition. To me, bad teammate. Dame should have given the ball to Tyrese Halliburton. Try to get him the award.
Brian,
I'd say it's Bush League.
You're gonna have to learn that you're gonna have to be more, if you're gonna fit in here with these kind of takes. You're gonna have to fit in with the kind of research that my partner does by going to the all 22s and making sure they were on the court at the same time. Before you start throwing these outlandish allegations that he wasn't throwing Halliburton the ball, because the bottom line is this is what we're talking about for the overall game. More people that care enough to try and win the MVP by trying to make baskets, by trying to impress people, by doing the things that Damian Lillard did. Halliburton played great too. At least those two guys were trying hard. That's what we're discussing today. How many guys didn't, wouldn't, couldn't, or shouldn't, and they didn't want to get hurt. So I don't think it was Bush League at all. The only reason why he said that about Halliburton was because Ernie put him on the spot and said, "Do you hear that? You're being booed in Indiana for winning the MVP." So I don't think that he did it with Halliburton in mind, and at least he was trying hard.
I think I watched too much of the All-Star Game. I'm not watching the all 10 of the NBA All-Star Game. I can promise you that. It's hard for me to have hot takes about the actual NBA All-Star Game. I'll give you some hot takes on how to fix the All-Star Game and all that stuff. But in terms of the actual play during the All-Star Game, couldn't care less. Lamont called me out earlier for when we were talking about those Astros 26-man all-time roster for using All-Stars as a barometer. He's 100% right. I shouldn't have done that. He caught me. I don't use All-Star games as barometers. I don't use it for feathers in the cap. I don't use it for accolades. I don't care about All-Star games, whether who's playing in it, whether who won the MVP, whether who's jacking up half-court shots, whether who's jacking up three-quarter court shots. I don't care about the All-Star game. Not having hot takes about the All-Star game. I think it's Bush League we even brought up the All-Star game.
Well, Jeremy, I got you. This is a precursor for what to expect going forward on Fridays with Who Said It. I got you because I did watch enough of it, and I dropped the hammered him for $18.43. That's the Killer Bees right at you, Brian.
Thank you, Hammer. All right, so if you did find that Bush League, let's see if you find this Bush League. Also in the world of basketball, Rick Pitino, I don't know if he's just at the age, I think he's 71 now, where he just doesn't care what he says anymore, but he's not having a good season right now with St. John's, and following a 1-point road loss to Creighton, this is actually earlier this season, he poo-pooed the idea of moral victories by saying he wanted to jump into the cold and die of frostbite, and he's followed that up with another loss. St. John's fell at home to Seton Hall, and he called his first season in the clip we're about to hear with the Johnnies the most enjoyable season experience of his lifetime. So yeah, I mean, Rick Pitino just fully burying his team more than I think I've heard from a coach in a
called
long
guys
time.
out, right?
Yeah, he called that, so that we don't hear it in this clip, and he also calls out specific players. There's a quote here that I'll read you. He talks about, so he's talking about Joel Serrano's. I don't know how to pronounce his last name. My fault. He's talking about him being slow laterally. He talks about another player on his team, Chris Ledlum. He's slow laterally. He calls Sean Conway slow laterally. And then he goes on to a guy named Drissa, and he calls him physically weak. I mean, he just goes out, he buries the team as a whole. He buries the players individually. He's still got more games to coach this year.
I think he's basically letting everybody know, enjoy your time at St. John's this year, and maybe you should think about the portal very, very
Maybe
seriously, because he's got a whole new crew coming in next year, and it ain't going to be you.
See, I kind of disagree with that. I feel like if he's doing that, like if he's going to move on from his players, I don't think he throws them under the bus like that. I think that he actually is thinking long term here. I think he's looking at those guys of having like being here for another year or another two, and he's kind of going through the media to like bring the best out of them. Like, you know, I
think
will
it's like
say,
a last resort to get them to change?
Maybe. And I will say it's Bush League. Like, I don't think you should be calling out players by name specifically when you're talking about these things. Now, I don't have a problem with a coach telling the truth. Like, we always want the coach to tell us the truth. We make fun of coach speak, and then when a coach tells us the truth, we ridicule the truth. So, like, I'm in favor of the truth. I don't know if I'll go Bush League with calling out specific players individually, though, because you can say, like, our team's having trouble playing defense. We're not athletic, you know, the bounce pass stuff. Like, I'm okay with that. Where I think it gets a little Bush League is the when you're calling out players. I will also say I don't think that they're having a terrible year. They're 14-12 this year, 6-9 in Big East play. Last year they were 18-15, 7-13. In Big East play, and they played a tougher out of conference.
Mm-hmm.
So I think, and it's only year one of Rick Pitino. So actually, I think he's got that program going in the right direction, and I would actually say it's an improving year than a year before.
We've talked about this. I think JVG is one of those guys that, as a coach, uses the media as a pawn to get points across. I would say that that's where I would start. You could say your team played a certain way, but you would save the individual criticism for a film session when it's just you and the
if he
team
says
watching
these things
the game.
in the locker room, that's a whole different conversation.
Completely, because that's what coaching is supposed to do.
Sure.
You're trying to better your player and improve them in that such a way. But it's one thing to say NBA players that have paid a ton of money, you're going to face criticism, and if the coach decides to air it out in the media as a way to get it through to you, so be it. But these are college-age kids. I know they are getting paid now, but at the same time, this is something you do behind closed doors, and you point out the flaws of a player so that they can get better. But doing it so that he gets embarrassed, I think it's too far.
Especially since it's one thing to say a player didn't play well, or he didn't execute this play, or he didn't do this correctly. I mean, his criticisms are you're slow and you're weak. It's talking about physical attributes that maybe they can lift some more weights, but this is your team.
But he's also old school.
Yeah,
He is.
Very old school.
Hey, we were. I like this kind of stuff. Like
Oh, you just like drama.
I will. You're right. I do. And I like entertainment too. Like, this is entertaining. Like, we're talking about it. We would never talk about Rick Pitino's post-game show or post-game press conference if he was like, "Yeah, we just didn't play well today. We just didn't shoot well today. We'll try better next time." So you're right. I do like the entertainment aspect of sport, but I like it when people tell it like it is. I am a fan of that. Do I think he crossed the line here? Yeah, that's why I'll call it. I'll call it Bush League. But we played in that Charleston Classic. Houston did, and St. John's was on the other side of the bracket. Didn't play them, but they played like right before us, I think twice. So I went and watched him coach those two games, and yeah, what he's saying publicly to the media is an ounce of what he's telling those players when they walk to the bench.
No, yeah, he doesn't hold back. I mean, there's a dude that has always been known for his temper and the fact that he's going to go at his players, and it's his way or the highway. So I would expect all of that and more to happen behind closed doors. I would not expect that any coach should put a kid through that in the media.
So we all went Bush League.
Yeah, unanimous.
Do we think St. John's going to be better next year?
I do.
Yeah, because they won't have these players.
I think they're going to be in the tournament next year.
Well, plus, he's sitting in New York, and you don't think that if Rick Pitino comes knocking on a kid's door and wants him and he gets a couple of recruits from the city of New York to go to St. John's and help him resurrect the program,
Maybe.
they're not going to buy in.
18, 19-year-old kids coming in, they didn't see his Kentucky teams.
Yeah, they're gonna go where the money's at. Let's be honest.
Well, but I think that he's also the kind of guy that he's got enough connections that he can drum up some cash too.
That's probably accurate. And he's going to coach. Like, he's a really good coach. Like, he's going to win with a little bit less. than others. I mean, good coaching. Give me if one thing I can have in college basketball, good coach. Good
You
coach
got one too.
over
so
anything else.
you know
Give
exactly
me good
that.
coach.
Yep.
I'll take good coach over anything, everything, facilities, money, talent on the roster. Good coach first and foremost.
He'll get every ounce out of every player, no matter how good they are.
He'll probably get you all that other stuff that you eventually want. He'll get you that arena eventually. He'll give you the facilities eventually. He'll give you the roster eventually. Good coach first and foremost. 713-780-ESPN. Those are our Willa Bits. Do you think it was Bush League for Dame gunning for the MVP or Rick Pitino burying his roster? 713-780-3776. Car wreck of the day. What are you nominating for our car wreck of the day? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Hey, before we go to the break, tell you about MyBookie. MyBookie knows that even though there's not NBA games tonight, there's college basketball. There's a big one in this city. There's lots of games going on all the time, and you can bet on them at mybookie.ag. I always tell you to bet with them because of the fact that they take care of their clients. They make sure your money is safe and secure, and they make sure they pay out. They give you bonuses all the time just for being a MyBookie customer by using our promo code BET975. Whenever you see an opportunity to use that code, I just had a friend do it the other day. They texted me. They said, what was your code again? They used it. They're like, oh, my God, this is awesome. More money in my account. And just like you said, more games I can bet on, more chances to win. That's the beauty of it. And even better than that, when there's games that aren't going on because it's a certain time of the night or morning, but you just feel like gambling a little bit, where's your casino? Good news, mybookie.ag. Live dealers standing by to play casino games like roulette, blackjack, poker, and so much more. It's in the flesh dealers so that you can play casino games without having to go to the casino. It's fantastic. Just go to mybookie.ag and get started. Click on those bonuses to see all the great ways to turn your deposit into bonus cash. You know the one that we always tell you to use, Bet975. Turn your space into your casino with mybookie.ag. Use our promo code Bet975. Do what I always tell you to do. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere with the only place I tell you to do it. It's mybookie.ag, promo code Bet975.
It is time for our car wreck of the day. He's Blank on Branham. Blankers, why don't you lead us off? What are you nominating first?
Well, this is the easiest one of all. This is the NBA All-Star game yesterday, and the fact that it was an unwatchable, complete layup line with no defense played and a whole lot of not want to.
Yeah.
Period. End of story.
I've been clamoring for the days of the NBA to go back to where the average points scored in a game is 100. I feel like that's the sweet spot. I feel like the middle should be 100, the median, the average, all of it. It should be 100 points. If you have more than 100 points in a night, you're above average. Below 100 points, a little bit below average. To have over 200 points, I know it was an All-Star game, it made me sick. I wanted to throw up.
It's and I'm trying to think, at least if you did the best players in the game in the dunk contest, that's one thing. But you can resurrect the dunk contest. 3-point contest, I agree with you. Even the Steph and the shooting contest with Sabrina was fantastic, and you could actually elaborate on that. But you either got to come up with a whole lot of more fun contests like that, or you got to try to do something to motivate players where only money motivates them. And I don't know how much money the league's willing to throw at them.
Yeah, I would just get I'd rather them not play it than play it the way they did last night, and just make the NBA All-Star festivity night the main event.
Yeah, because I actually believe that the four-quarter thing at least made it more competitive, and it was at least a little bit better basketball to watch. But last night was unwatchable.
I want to nominate Jaylen Brown and the judges of the NBA dunk contest specifically. Jaylen Brown should have never been in the finals. No business being there. That little left-hand windmill dunk, it was cute because he had the glove and whatever. The windmill it's a 25% windmill. It was an awful windmill. Secondly, you had people jumping over Shaq, and Jaylen Brown jumped over a YouTuber who was sitting in a chair. And he went to the finals? Give me a break. Some people are jumping over Shaq. Shaq, one of the greatest centers and one of the biggest centers that we've ever seen. Shaq. And then Jaylen Brown's jumping over a YouTuber who's sitting in a chair and gets the same sort of love. Like 5'4". Like 5'4". How does Jaylen Brown get good marks on a dunk over a YouTuber in a chair as opposed to other guys jumping over Shaq and Mac McClung jumping over somebody who's on somebody else's shoulders? Standing shoulders.
Yeah, Mac McClung ran away with it. Everybody was playing for second, but Mac McClung was impressive, and Jaylen Brown not so much.
But he went to the finals.
You know why?
They awarded
because
that
he was
dunk
the biggest
way
name
too
they've
much.
had in the damn thing for probably 5 years.
He jumped over a YouTuber in a chair and got high marks. Give me a break.
You think maybe it was fixed to get the biggest star in the finals?
It's a good call.
Keep people watching?
It's a good call. It's a good call. Brian, what you got?
I want to go with the NFL.com rookie draft class rankings that we talked about earlier. That had the Steelers number 2 ahead of the Rams and the Packers and the Seahawks and a lot of other draft classes that were way better than what the Steelers had.
Let's just be honest. I mean, there might be a lot of watered-down talent after Lance Zierlein and a few others that we mentioned. Maybe
Lance needs to take over these
rookie
power
you heard
rankings.
Lance talking about this the other day. He said Gilbert wanted some kind of swag from the NFL Network.
Well, he always wants a hat from everywhere
but
they
he
go.
said they quit giving it to him. He said he can't find shirts, vests, hats, nothing. Although he was wearing one today. But maybe that was just to fend off Gilbert.
I don't know.
That's interesting.
NFL makes too much money to not give him a good swag bag.
Maybe it's this new merger thing though they got going with ESPN. Maybe that's factoring into the equation. Or maybe they're just not giving things to their non-television talent.
But he's on TV for the Combine.
He's on TV every year.
Rarely. Like, once or twice?
Well, they're in the Combine and during the draft at certain points.
Is Lance more behind the computer type talent or on the camera talent?
I mean, just look at him. He is a face for behind the computer evaluation.
He's got a face for offensive lineman scouting and
radio.
Right.
Exactly right.
What else you guys got?
Can we nominate the Nets?
Yeah, I was going to nominate Jock Vaughn or the Nets is fine. 8-23 stretch.
Plus, it kind of screws with the Rockets, but it could go one of two ways. They could get
worse.
Help
the Rockets.
They could get worse with Kevin Ollie, or they could get a little spark and spring in their step to try and make a push late in the season.
I love how Kevin Ollie sued UConn, and I think won his case or settled his case.
I believe he did win.
UConn was giving bad information. Was like they were ratting out Kevin Ollie because they wanted to fire Kevin Ollie and fire him with cause instead of paying him the rest of his contract.
And he had a bunch of his ex players at UConn supporting him. And plus, didn't he win a national? He either got there.
No, he did. He won a national championship his first year.
Yeah,
it was his first year, and then they were awful after that.
Yeah.
I think they did the right thing because Hurley's doing a pretty good job on the Natty last year. Anthony Rendon, I'm going to nominate him.
Oh my God, you're right.
He says baseball has never been a priority, which, hey, that's your prerogative. That's fine, but you're still going to be nominated for the car wreck of the day. One thing I will say on this, it's okay to have players on your team that are motivated by money. It's perfectly okay to have players on your team that are motivated by money before they make their money. The moment that they're making money, they're useless. They're no longer going to be good baseball players or good athletes at all. Once Anthony Rendon got paid, he mailed it in. He doesn't care about baseball.
A
he
hangnail's
cares
going to
about
be
money.
6 months.
Look, it's fine to have a guy that cares about money, but you better have him on your team before he makes his money.
Well, it's a good call because to me, reading that and reading all those quotes, it's like he must not have anybody around him giving him advice. Even if you feel that way, when you're making as much money as he's made, and I think he's only averaging about 50 games a year since he became an Angel, like that's the worst look you could possibly put out there.
C.J. Stroud, too. C.J. Stroud's three-point shot, it's broken. He's got a broke shot. All right, what's winning?
It's got to be the All-Star game, right?
Yeah, it's unanimous. NBA All-Star game. Congratulations. You're the car wreck of the day. Car wreck of the year. All right, it's going to do it for us. Great job, Brian. Upgraded at producer, that's for sure. Brian McDonald doing all the hard work behind the glass. He's Blank. I'm Branham. We'll talk to you tomorrow, Houston. Soccer Matters with Glenn Davis up next on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
All right, welcome in, everybody. New time slot, new energy, new excitement for Soccer Matters on ESPN 97.5 here. 6 o'clock Central Time is now when we go and Looking forward to entertaining those of you who are on your way home from work. Remember, as always, the call-in number 713-780-3776, 713-780-3776, as we stream at ESPN975.com. Wow, excited for this time slot. This is going to be great. And as always, we are presented by John Daspit and the Daspit Law Firm. So we continue to pose the question. Houston is hosting the World Cup in 2026. You, the Houston soccer community, you brought this thing here. Throughout the night, 713-780-3776. You can always tell me and tell the other listeners, what does the World Cup coming to Houston mean to you? We're only 2 years away from it, which is pretty incredible to think. It is flying by. We've got the Copa America this summer. We have the Gold Cup the following summer. We got Women's Gold Cup going on this week. We got the Houston Dynamo in action tomorrow night in CONCACAF Champions League. So we're going to get our first sort of unveiling of the Houston Dynamo tomorrow with a lot of questions going into that. We've got Ben Olsen on the show here tonight. Ben Olsen has already said, and I'm just tipping you off a little bit, the interview was done earlier in the day from St. Louis. But Ben has already mentioned starter tomorrow night is going to be Sebas Ferreira. So he's been scoring goals in preseason. Now we get the live action and see if it can carry over there. We got Premier League talk here tonight. We have talk about the Open Cup. Open Cup was important to the Houston Dynamo. But now Major League Soccer and U.S. Soccer are going at it a little bit, and they're trying to figure out how many MLS teams are going to enter the tournament. Now, remember, the reason why everybody's very emotional about this is the oldest tournament, certainly in soccer, but it is one of the oldest tournaments in the United States, to my knowledge. But it also is very ethnic-based, Philadelphia Ukrainians, Maccabi, Los Angeles, many of the Greek teams on the East Coast, Crete, New York Greek Americans. There's a lot of soccer history in this, and this is why people are upset. Now, once the Leagues Cup came into Major League Soccer, then all of a sudden you have something that is monetized in a bigger and better way with the mixture of MLS and Liga MX teams. So a lot to get into here tonight. And again, number to call in, 713-780-3776. 713-780-3776. So Dynamo in action tomorrow night. Then they turn around and play on Saturday. That'll be their home Major League Soccer opener against Sporting Kansas City. That will be on Apple. And then next Tuesday night, we were kind of laughing before we got in here, producer Guillermo and I. We were laughing about the fact that game is 9:30 next Tuesday night. So I said, that's after my bedtime. So I'm going to go to sleep about 5, set the alarm for 9:15, and then get down to the stadium. But 2 legs against St. Louis, and we'll see. And the winner will then get the MLS Cup champions Columbus Crew in the round of 16. That would be in early March. So a lot going on. And as always, the Champions Cup is important because the winner qualifies for the 2025 FIFA Club World Cup and then the 2024 FIFA Intercontinental Cup. So it's an important tournament. All right. So listen, I put something out on social media, and it was about Messi. And now there's a lot going on with him here. MLS is so heavily invested in Lionel Messi right now. And why wouldn't they be? He won the World Cup with Argentina just over a year ago. So here we are on the cusp of MLS in 2024. And what is the main topic? The main topic and talking point for the most part is Inter Miami and Lionel Messi. That's what a man of that caliber and celebrity and fame brings. Now, this is a guy that does not have to work for that. It's all his soccer. He's not on Twitter like, LeBron James and a lot of these other high-profile athletes. He's a guy that, in a really funny way, doesn't really even seem to care about it, yet people are crazy about seeing him. So we're not talking about Hugo Lloris to LAFC. We're not talking about Josef Martinez leaving Inter Miami to go to Montreal. We're not talking about Julian Gressel from an MLS Cup champion to Inter Miami. We're talking about Lionel Messi. And fans are wondering how they're going to be able to fit all these high-profile players under a strict league salary cap. There's a lot of wink-wink there, right? People think concessions are being made. It's hard to kind of argue against that. So the names Messi, Busquets, Alba, Suarez, rumors of Neymar now. There is something very, I don't know what the word is, manipulative, political about the star building of the super club. But now they're apparently in trouble. So maybe there's a lot we don't know. Is it good for MLS? I think you can look at it in a few ways. And I think one of the ways you look at it is simply when you bring a man of that caliber here, that your league is all of a sudden getting all these eyeballs, right? He starts off with a dramatic run in Leagues Cup. Now you want to monetize this guy as much as possible. He's only going to be here a short time, this Golden Goose. And Jorge Mas and David Beckham, Major League Soccer, they know it. That's why they put him on tour. The tour was a success on one hand because they made a lot of money, I'm assuming. On the other hand, it was a disaster when it comes to Major League Soccer and what it looks like. And I get it. The apologists and everybody who's on board is going to say, well, it's just preseason and all that. And no, I don't buy that. I think every time you put your product out there, especially Major League Soccer with Lionel Messi, there's a risk. And that's the risk. And it's a rare opportunity also that you can put that type of a tour together. But again, the Leagues Cup run, that was that was dreams of milk and honey. You couldn't have scripted that out better. But then they don't make the playoffs. The Tour of Asia, Saudi Arabia, it's a struggle. So you can quantify what that did to the image of MLS. And I'm sure there's lots of different takes on that. I did feel like there were too many people like apologizing for, well, it's just friendlies and almost apologists for MLS. Did you get that sense, Guillermo, from social media and everything after, this tour became a bit difficult? People got injured. Messi was not able to play in a specific game. Did you get that sense that there was a part of the media apologizing for what was going on when we all know that's a risk?
Definitely a little bit of everything. The bad thing about the media and the internet nowadays is you might see one side of the coin when the other one's right there, but you just don't get to see it. Because I have seen apologists, like how you said, but I've seen the other side of the coin as well.
Yeah, and I used the word, this is fascinating, because it is in a lot of ways. MLS is going to want to monetize this man, and it's a short time he's going to be here. It's Messi and friends. Everybody wants to move to Miami. He, as we saw in the Leagues Cup, and we want him to get better and we want him to compete and play well, he will elevate his teammates in the competition. But it's going to be really interesting to see from the start of a season if Inter Miami can put it together in a physical, pressing league that's going to be a challenge to the balance of this group of older veterans. You're talking about Busquets, Alba, Luis Suarez, who looked pretty heavy-legged on that trip a few times. These older veterans, it's got to be a challenge. And I do believe, much like Hector Herrera in Houston, I don't think Hector can do another season like he did last year. The physical demands on him, the emotional. I mean, that was an MVP season from Hector Herrera. I don't think that can happen again to that degree. I don't like to ever say never, but I think he's going to have to be managed a little bit more with workload. But again, when you talk about Tata Martino, the challenge with Messi, and you talk about Ben Olsen, the challenge with Hector Herrera, these guys don't want to come off the field. They're like Wayne Rooney. They want to play every game. That's why when people were like, oh, Messi didn't want to play. No, he wanted to play in Hong Kong. Trust me. He had an adductor injury. He said it. He's come out today. There's a little bit too much pandering to China, and I like China, and I've been there. I didn't get all that. That was almost like somebody was, holding him hostage a little bit. But he's such a humble guy. But the push for Inter Miami, the stars, the celebrity, it fits right into the narrative of sports today. Sports today, celebrity, sport, it's all intermingling. Miami's about as hot as it can be right now. Everybody wants to move there. So I'm going to enjoy how this unfolds in MLS. But in the meantime, we'll see. What else is there to talk about? I mean, there are coaching changes in MLS. There's player moves. We have now some rule changes that are going to, I think, really speed the game up a la baseball. Time-saving rules, time substitutions. You got to get off the field quicker. So different rules for injuries to keep things moving. Apparently, they will announce VAR decisions in the stadium, so there's going to be that. You're also going to have a clock countdown and stoppage time, so people have a little bit more idea of when and where stoppage time is going to end. So I think it's going to be exciting. I think it's going to be an interesting, exciting year. And I think there are going to be a lot of challenges. But again, like the Dynamo, with injuries that they've incurred, they don't have to make sure they get it all right here in the first 2 weeks of the season, because that's just the way MLS works. All right, let's get into some Premier League talk here as we continue on. By the way, 713-780-3776. Do you like the new purple Dynamo jersey? A little bit of controversy around it, simply from the color and the piping. I like it. 713-780-3776. 713-780-3776. All right, Liverpool gets a 4-1 victory over Brentford. Guess who's back? Our great Egyptian friend. We'll call him the Egyptian magician, Mo Salah.
Salah's chasing this. Is he going to get there? Well, he has. Is Salah. Collins trying to keep him away, but he can't. Salah's scored. He's back. He's got another goal, and Liverpool are going to pocket the points here.
All right, 4-1 over Brentford. We got a lot to talk about when it comes to the Premier League. I do want to just bring up this soundbite real quick from Jurgen Klopp. Listen carefully to this, because this deals directly with the relationship with players, but the fact that when you hear everybody's harmonious, everybody's happy, no locker room is ever happy. If you don't make the bench, you're not happy. If you don't make the first 11, you're not happy. So listen to the way Jurgen Klopp, the Liverpool manager, discusses this. I think this is perfect.
The 11 players who start, they love me. The 7 on the bench maybe like me. The others hate me for this weekend. And then we start again. Your leadership has to be like this, that everybody understands why you do things. Means you do this, you get that. And if that's clear, then the players have a clear book where they can, okay, if I do that, I might not get into the team tomorrow, but in a week's time, I have a good chance, and that's it.
So that's about as well put as you can put it. And then each and every week, it all starts over again. So if you want to get out of not being in the first team and you want to get off the bench, you have a chance to do that. If you want to get onto the bench as a squad player, you work for that. And then the guys that are the 11 starters that apparently love Klopp, those guys have to defend their positions. All right, to the phone lines real quick here before a break. Let's go to Martin. Martin, what's on your mind?
Hey, what's up, Glenn? First of all, I wanted to say I agree with you on everything about the whole Inter Miami stuff. I think after they won the League Cup, it was kind of, for me, it was kind of embarrassing after that tour. It didn't go that well, so that was pretty embarrassing. And I don't know if you can settle something for me. Maybe I'm still a little confused. All these moves that Inter Miami is doing, is it to better the game of the league or to better the business of the MLS? Because I don't know about you, call me old-fashioned, but this isn't the way to better the game. I'll hang up and listen.
Martin, thanks for that. I think it's a little bit of both. I think when you have the Messi and friends coming to your town, I definitely think that every team in Major League Soccer is going to try to give them their best game. Every guy that's on the field with Lionel Messi wants to say they had a good game that day. I don't think there's any question, but it is definitely commercial. MLS is commercial, no different than any other professional league in the world, top to bottom. So I think we can all have differing takes on the Miami thing. I say from an interest level, it's a good thing. Imagine being on that team, and all of a sudden Lionel Messi, you're playing with a guy who just lifted the World Cup. Incredible. But as we get to break, I would just say this, that it's Tata Martino's job to put a team together now that can compete. And like I said, they're going to get everybody's best game. Take a break here. Soccer Matters, ESPN 97.5 is brought to you by John Daspit and the Daspit Law Firm. It's daspitlaw.com, 713. Call now. John and his firm gets us on the air. Really excited for the 6 o'clock time slot. Great call there from Martin. We appreciate that. All right, when we come back, Houston Dynamo fans, it's your manager, Ben Olsen, is up next.
This is Soccer Matters on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Brought to you by the Daspit Law Firm. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Glenn Davis.
All right, welcome back to Soccer Matters here on ESPN 97.5, as always presented by John Daspit and the Daspit Law Firm. DaspitLaw.com, 713, call now. You get in a car, boat, motorcycle accident, you need the best. It's the Daspit Law Firm. Again, DaspitLaw.com. 713, call now. All right, Houston Dynamo in action tomorrow night in the CONCACAF Champions League. Saturday, the home opener in Major League Soccer against Sporting Kansas City. Tickets at HoustonDynamo.com. Earlier today, I had an opportunity to catch up with the head coach, Ben Olsen. All right, Ben, all your years in coaching in Major League Soccer, is this the most difficult preseason you've ever gone through with injury and transactional things?
No, I think you have these every now and then. I certainly don't want to be dramatic about kind of the preparations. We have we have a good group, and there's been a lot of positives, and kind of being able to hit the ground running with, kind of who we are and where we want to move this group towards. But there's been some hiccups and some hurdles for sure, whether it's injuries, whether it's just stuff, but teams are dealing with some of this as well. And I think the important thing to kind of remind yourself during these types of preseasons, when it all doesn't go according to plan, is that it's a long season, and each one of these years or journeys, I hate using the word journey, but they all are different, and that means when we bring in new players, the timing of that is going to be different. When we peak is going to be different. When we have, some low points, that's maybe going to be at a different time this year than it was last year. So, it's just important to understand that and keep pushing forward, stay positive with the group, and we also, there's a lot to be excited about with again, the returning players, some of the new guys are having some opportunities to step up into some spots, and also for us to take a real look at them. With absences comes this opportunity for not only players to show now with real minutes what they're about, but it's also a great time for us as coaches to adapt and think differently about our group, and challenge ourselves as well.
He's Ben Olsen, head coach of the Houston Dynamo. Tomorrow, the Dynamo in action against St. Louis in the CONCACAF Champions League. Home opener is on Saturday against Sporting Kansas City. HoustonDynamo.com for your tickets. The big talking point, Ben, obviously Hector Herrera's injury, and now this sad injury to Nelson Quinones. Is there any timetable on Hector?
He's back. Hector, after he spent some time in Portugal, he shot over to Spain to get his green card for him and the family. That's public information, right? It is now. So that's great. That's great for a whole bunch of different reasons, and I think so. Now he's back in market, I think, as of today. So Amin Bassi was also over in Europe, figuring out some green card stuff. So these are things that you can't necessarily control. And going back to your original question on Hector, we don't want to give a timeline necessarily, in particular before we really get our hands on him. Our medical staff and our trainers get their hands on him. We went over and visited and made sure everything was on the up and up, and he looks good, but it will be a little bit, and I think we'll come out with more of a collective time frame for everybody, or a more specific timeline for everybody in the next kind of week or two.
Can you go into the injury, or is that something you want to stay away from?
It's not. I don't want to get into too much of that. It's nothing new. It's again, it's something that it was a procedure so that we can make him, so he can sustain the entire year and the pounding that the league that the league demands. So when he gets back, we anticipate him being back for the full year. This is not something that we don't believe that he's going to come back. We feel like in the next few months he'll be ready to roll for us, and we'll be in a really good spot, and he'll give us a real boost both on and off the field, but also obviously on the field, what he brings to the table. But you can't replace him, and that's what I talked about. We have to find out who we are without Hector Herrera. That's not an easy task to do from a coaching standpoint, or players. He means a lot to everybody here, but that's the reality we face, and our job now is to get results without him, and when he comes back, start to kind of live again with life with Hector.
Ben, did that make signing Jan Gregush, who's an excellent player, did that make that a little bit more of an urgent situation for you in midfield?
Absolutely. There's always reactions to these moments, and a Nelson Quinones being out for the year. There's always a reaction to that, and making sure that you have the right depth. But also, sometimes you can overreact to those and go get players and not trust something within, right? And we were fairly deep last year, and there's some guys that are chomping at the bit to prove that they're the guy to fill in, rather than us go search the globe for a replacement. And that's something we've got. We had the luxury to evaluate more in this preseason because some guys have been out. So Sebastian Kowalczyk's gotten a lot more minutes this year with the starting group. Well, Brooklyn Reigns is getting more important minutes. So there, Ibrahim Aliou playing more on the left, and Sebas Ferreira getting his minutes. So it's a new team. It's a new team, and it's an exciting one, and we're looking forward to getting on the field tomorrow.
Ben, with those two key injuries, does that change the game model? Because you guys put together a nice game model last year based on the players that you had with that box midfield and then the emergence of Griffin. Does that change now with the injuries, or do you kind of stick to that and play into those positions?
It doesn't necessarily change kind of our principles. The game model may be tweaked a little bit, but the principles will stay the same. And it could change. It's still results oriented business here. So we're going to go after it in a similar way. But if we have to adapt, we'll do that. But that's why it's just nice to get some real games on the calendar and get one under our belt tomorrow, and we'll identify, again, who we are and how to kind of tweak or enhance. It's funny because we have a similar group, we have a game model, but the kind of doesn't change from last year. It's every game we're evaluating, and we're going to tweak and change and push. So as much as we're more kind of clear on who we are with some of these changes, we still have a lot to find out about this group over the next few months until we're full strength.
Ben Olsen joining us, head coach of the Houston Dynamo. Tomorrow night, you'll be able to catch it on TV. Dynamo in the CONCACAF Champions League. We've heard a lot of reports, even though it's not easy to see a lot of what's going on, but we heard a lot of reports that Sebas Ferreira has had a good preseason, has been banging in some goals. Anything you can say about him?
Both of those are true. He's been scoring consistently, not only in the games. Again, some of the competition, we have to take some of that with a grain of salt, in particular Mexico. But he looks confident. He looks a different player than I saw this time last year in front of goal. His understanding of what we want out of him, I think he seems more. He just has a better understanding of how he's going to have success and what the coaching staff, what the expectations are. And he's been great. He's been great so far. Now the real test comes. Again, it's one thing to score and do that in preseason, but now we play away at St. Louis, and what's the contribution then? And then at home against KC, and it just keeps coming. But there's no reason why he can't be a real productive forward for us.
Ben Olsen, Houston Dynamo head coach. So with Sebas, how much of that is about him changing, and how much is that about the manager Ben Olsen trying to play a little bit more to his strengths? Is it a combination?
Yeah, sure. I think we're always tweaking things to make certain players have success, right? There's some non-negotiables, and then there's some areas where we can maybe as you said, maybe from the game model, or putting players around him that can provide him opportunities to do what he does best, and that's score. And part of that is, I think we've thought about that a lot. We need to get him in front of goal more. So that's partly, on him to put himself in the right spots, which he does pretty naturally. But also we have to design ways to get into areas where we can get him service to help him have success. Yeah, this is not, again, this has never been about Sebas Ferreira's not doing what he needs to do, right? This is, again, last year was last year, and I just didn't think we were in a spot to have as much success with him as I could a Corey Barrett or an Ibra. But that's changed this year. We're a little bit of a different team. We're clear on who we are. We're able to, at least down the stretch, provide more opportunities for forwards than we did in that early part of the year. So a lot has changed, and we hope and trust that he's going to be a real productive player for us this year.
A lot of speculation about Franco Escobar. Ben, is there anything you can say about that?
No. A lot of talk. A lot of talk goes around this time of the year. Teams all look around at what they got, and the games are coming, and there's just a lot of movement, a lot of talk. So agents and news reports talk and throw things out there. He's a good player. I could see why they would want him, but we're also in talks, and we'd like to add some players to this group as well. So it's just that time of year where there's going to be a lot of noise with that stuff, and ultimately, right now he's part of the Houston Dynamo.
Last one, Ben, we'll let you go. Thank you very much for your time. We wish you the best of luck against St. Louis tomorrow. Just, out of the players that maybe the fan base doesn't know a whole lot about, draft choices, Siegel coming in the striker position, anybody out of there that you're pleased with that's maybe emerging and you might see something out on those players?
Yeah, go through a few of them. Siegel's a real hardworking forward, selfless, a guy that's going to give us significant minutes. Sebas is our starter, but he's going to be able to give us, in particular in certain moments of the game. Again, I think he's a capable backup in our league. He's shown that with NYCFC. He's put valuable minutes. He went to Europe and had a nice spell there in Israel. Again, just a nice culture piece too. A guy that works his ass off, and I think the fans will resonate with him. They saw Sebastian Kowalczyk last year. Hopefully, he's going to see bigger minutes this year. Bossie's still, we know his quality, and Bossie's healthy, and he's still going to be on the field. But Sebastian has really had a very good preseason. Sometimes it takes some time for these guys to adjust to our league, and he came in last year, had about 6 months with us, 5 months with us. More times than not, that's a transition period, and they come in the next year. They understand the league, they understand the demands, they understand the game model and what we're doing here, and they start to accelerate kind of their role for the club. Ibrahim's in that same boat. Again, a transition guy over the last 6 months that did a good job for us at times, showed promise. They're both of them are very young. We expect a big year from Ibrahim Aliou and furthering his development. So we're excited to see more of him. Who else is there? The youngster, Silla. He's an exciting prospect that we picked up. He could see some first team minutes, but somebody that we want to spend some time with. Arnour's going to, I think, spend some time with the D2, but he's an 18-year-old player out of UVA that we like his skill set and looking forward to working with him. And Kenny Bunny with the second team is going to be a big part in some of their development. Jan Gregus is an experienced midfielder. A guy, as you said, Hector's going to be out for a little bit. He's a guy that can help us in experience and similar profile to Hector. Don't get me wrong. and I'd tell this to Jan to his face, he ain't Hector. But he has a good range of passing. He's calm, and he has some of the qualities that he has, so we can kind of continue to play, as you said, in that same way we've been playing towards the end of last year. Brooklyn, we're always rooting for Brooklyn. We always want him to push and get on the field, as we want these homegrowns that we help develop get on the first team. It's still one of the joys of my job is watching these young guys come onto the field. And he's had a very good preseason, and he's going to have some chances to earn it. So that's exciting. Who else you got on your brain?
I think that's kind of where we're at. Is Amin Bassi going to be? He's not available tomorrow, though, right? Because of the green cards.
No, he won't be. He's still in Europe, and you're at the mercy of these countries. The green cards are important for both the player and for the rest of their lives, and it's also important for us from roster management standpoint. So these things take some time, and you're at the mercy of the French government. If you got any connections there, let me know.
I'm not sure. I've drank a little French wine in my time, but that's about it.
Anybody listening to this that works in the French government, please call us.
Ben, listen, best of luck. Thank you so much for the time. This is a nice, real overview for the fan base. We appreciate it.
All right, Glenn, thanks.
So that's a pretty good synopsis there of where the Dynamos sit heading into their game against St. Louis City SC tomorrow night in the CONCACAF Champions League. That game on Fox Sports 2. Big shout out here to Hugh O'Connor's Pub, I-10 in the Marquee Entertainment Center. As you're heading out to Katy, it'll be on your right-hand side. Go in there, say hello to David, say hello to Goose. Great whiskey offering, beer offering. Get out there. It's Hugh O'Connor's Pub. All the best in pub food, English style. Whether it's bangers and mash, shepherd's pie, fish and chips, they've got it covered. It's Hugh O'Connor's Pub. We'll break. We come back. Let's get your reaction to the Ben Olsen interview.
This is Soccer Matters on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Brought to you by the Daspit Law Firm. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Glenn Davis.
All right, welcome back, everybody. Quick word here for Danish Inspirations, Modern Contemporary Furniture, DanishInspirations.com. That's our great friend Jan Christensen. He's very happy right now because Rasmus Højlund scored a brace for Manchester United in their 2-1 victory over Luton Town, so he's starting to score goals. But the best in modern contemporary furniture, Danish Inspirations. By the way, YouTube, Soccer Matters. We'd love for you to subscribe over there. Twitter and Instagram, at Glenn Davis Sock, at Soccer Matters GD. All the likes, the hits, the comments, all of this helps us stay on the air. You don't realize how much. TikTok, I think we're putting a lot of videos over there as well. We're getting 800 or 900 views, 700 views. So there we go. All right. So look, I said going to break, 713-780-3776. Give me your take on the Ben Olsen interview. That's why we stuck it in the second segment, so that you could digest it. So let's get some of your thoughts. 713-780-3776. 713-780-3776. We'll drop one of those sevens, not 777. 3776. So, look, we got the Dynamo in action in CONCACAF tomorrow. We have the Dynamo Saturday, back again in CONCACAF Tuesday. Saturday, they open at home. There was a lot in there from Ben Olsen. So what are you thinking? 713-780-3776. So here's what I'm going to tell you. This is not going to be the same season already, okay? Nor should it be. If you remember, I made the example of Austin FC. And by the way, at the beginning of the preseason, I said, put a circle around Franco Escobar because he came in as a right back. That job is now, technically, it looks like it's been won by Griffin Dorsey, which means Escobar might have to play that left back position again. And listen, having been a player professionally, you're brought in for one thing, you end up having to do another. You do it valiantly last year, but it's not necessarily where you want to be. So will Franco Escobar be happy? And this is a very galvanized group of guys. We saw that last year playing for each other. But everybody put in a great effort last year. Everybody wants a little bit more. Other players moved on. This is the way it works. Opportunity. I think you heard Ben Olsen saying there's a lot of opportunity for people, and I think there is a question mark there for them to see who takes the opportunity. Without getting a chance, you never know, right? So opportunity is going to be big for the likes of Brooklyn Rain, Sebastian Kowalczyk, Gabe Siegel, who's a striker that's come over from New York City SC, who's very much a Corey Baird type. You heard Ben Olsen say capable backup. He's a work ethic guy. That's one you got to tie right into Sebas Ferreira. If Sebas Ferreira scores goals and provides the work ethic and does the non-negotiable work that Ben Olsen wants, he could be there, but he's going to need the service. We move on then to Hector Herrera. Now, that sounded like to me it could be a few months. Sounds to me like wear and tear, maybe arthritic, maybe a cleansing of the knee. Who knows? I'm just speculating here, so I'm not trying to play doctor. Okay, but that man put in a ridiculous effort last year, physically and mentally. I don't think that can happen again. So here's why I actually think this could be a very good thing for the Houston Dynamo. It's not good that we don't get to see him play, potentially for a couple of months, but it could end up being a very good thing. And the reason being is it will be a shortened season for Hector Herrera. And a shortened season, entering the fray at the right time could be a huge boost as the Dynamo build the camaraderie and build some experience for people in different positions here after losing some players in the offseason, right? And to injury, like Nelson Quinones. The game model, Ben Olsen said, might change, might have to adapt. If the Dynamo play with a box midfield and can't score goals their first 5 or 6 games, you may have to change it, right? Coco Carrasquilla, we all love him. Resigns. Don't forget, if somebody comes in with the right price for him in the summer, that's built into the contract. I can guarantee you that. So it has to be the right number, and the Dynamo seem to be pretty firm on what they believe that number is, and it doesn't seem like anybody's brought that yet. So the starting lineup looks to me maybe like this. You tell me, 713-780-3776. Steve Clark in goal. You got the veteran there, Escobar. Left back, will he be happy? Mikhail and Sviatchenko, I think they can only get better. The more games those guys have played, the better they get. Sviatchenko is just a huge signing. Griffin Dorsey, new contract, younger. He's got to live up to it. I think he's that kind of guy that's not going to get complacent with a new contract. Sebastian Kowalczyk, does he get a start with Coco up top in the box? Obviously, Artur in the 6 and Jan Gregush. Now, you could drop Coco into a little deeper, sort of like an 8 Hector's position, and put Gregush higher. That's a possibility, because that, in fact, is where Coco has played for Panama. But if, in fact, Coco's going to be there all year long, you may want him there. These are just differing options you potentially have. Now, without Nelson Quinones, it looks as though Aliou Ibrahim goes to the inverted winger role on the left side of the field, and then Sebas Ferreira, you heard, is the starting striker tomorrow night for Ben Olsen. Brooklyn Reigns, Gabe Siegel, what can they do? How big of a part of it are they going to be? I think Brooklyn Reigns is closer in the pecking order now with Hector Herrera not available. What do you think your 11 is? 713-780-3776. 713-780-3776 is the number if you want to talk Houston Dynamo. If you want to tell me what you thought of Ben Olsen, you can tell me what you thought of the purple jersey. But tomorrow night it begins, and we're looking forward to seeing that. All right, some international updates as we wait for potentially some calls. 713-780-3776. Inter Milan 4-0 over Salernitana. Memo Ochoa took 4 goals in that game. Memo Ochoa wants to go to a 6th World Cup. Mexico fan, do you think he should? By the way, his team is 20th in the table out of 20 teams, only 13 points. We talked about Mo Salah and Liverpool getting that very important win. Liverpool is at top of the Premier League now at 57. We also had a very important Arsenal result. But here's the Manchester United result. Rasmus Højlund had a brace in the first 7 minutes of this game. United would go to win 2-1 at Luton Town.
No doubt, Andy, that Elijah Adebayo will be a big miss. Here's Højlund down the other end. Manchester United's first attack produces a goal inside 40 seconds, and the run continues. 6 Premier League games in a row. Rasmus Højlund scores. This is Garnacho, and it's in. Højlund spins away towards the corner flag. 2 goals in just over 6 minutes.
Yeah, so the first goal, by the way, it sounded like we just got the clip from where, but this was a huge mistake from Luton Town in the first 38 minutes, 38 seconds, excuse me, which led to the Højlund goal. Now, the second one was really instinctual and reactive, which obviously great center forwards are, but it's kind of a shot that's hit by Garnacho. I don't know if it took a deflection, but it really looks as though it's going way wide. And Højlund just kind of steps back and redirects it with his chest into the far side, the far corner past the goalkeeper. I thought it was a fantastic goal. Here's Erik ten Hag on Rasmus Højlund now, as Manchester United's creeping up the table now on 44 points.
We are very happy with our recruitment, and that we recruited the right character, because he can perform under stress. And when things going against him, like in the first season he has the abilities to have a strong character and to be resilient and to determined and to score goals. And that is what we saw when we scouted him. And of course, he needed some support because it's not so easy when so young. But in general, he kept calm, and you see his abilities. And also, I want to mention in the start, he didn't have so much luck, and that are moments are very important to come in a new club, in a new league, especially for a striker, to build some confidence. And that was him not given, but you see he's a fighter. He keeps going, and he has great abilities in front of the goal. I think there are many areas where he can improve, but that he has scoring abilities, that's clear. But I think what we already have seen from September he's here, he's improving a lot also in many other areas, like holding up the ball.
Smoking a pancake? I love the Dutch accent. I love the Dutch accent. Smoking a pancake. So Rasmus Højlund is only 21 years of age from Denmark. He has an insatiable appetite as a striker. You have to have that. He's going to make the runs. He's going to throw his head anywhere. He's going to keep fighting. He's scoring goals. And as you heard Erik ten Hag say, yeah, as a striker, you do need some luck. But luck comes to those who are brave. Luck comes to those who are making 3 additional runs to the near post. Luck comes to those who make a second run within the moment of a singular buildup. So that's where luck comes. And the great strikers have that. All right. Producer Guillermo's a huge Barcelona fan. I got to give him this one. Robert Lewandowski, 90+7, the penalty to win the game for Barcelona against Celta Vigo in La Liga.
Viene el Tito. Para la revancha, para el replay. Ahí está Lewandowski. Goal!
Okay, I'm glad you cut him off early. Yeah, love the goal call. Love the passion. All right, Kevin Stodger scoring the winning goal for Bochum. More woes for Bayern Munich. This one in the 78th minute. It ends up 3-2.
Bochum have the opportunity to go 2 goals clear. Kevin Stöger has never missed a Bundesliga penalty. 3 from 3 so far this season. Now he faces Manuel Neuer. So it's Stöger against Neuer to potentially seal it for Bochum! And Kevin Stöger comes out on top!
I like that music that gets tossed in there. All right, so look, Manchester United's back in the race for the top 4 now after the 2-1 win at Luton Town. We mentioned the Højlund goals and the 2-1 win. Carlton Morris of Luton Town pulled one back, a really brave header, and he did that in the first half. What I loved about this game, if you watched the Manchester United-Luton game, now Luton's a smaller club, just gained promotion. The fans were phenomenal at the end of this. The fans taught us all a lesson that your team may not get the result you want it to get. That doesn't mean you can't applaud them for the effort they put in. And you could really feel that. That's the beauty of the provincial team in England, in La Liga, and in the Bundesliga. That feeling of real community. People throw the word community around like there's no tomorrow. But that fan base stood there, applauded their players because they put blood, sweat, equity into this game, which is what they do probably in their daily lives when they go to work, right? If you can't work as hard for the people that are watching you, there's a real problem. So that's a nice thing from Luton Town. I love that. Well, I think this is going to wrap it up. By the way, a lot of differing moves here. Hugo Lloris to LAFC at 37 years of age. Nico Ladero, Seattle to Orlando City. There's a lot of different transactions that are kind of interesting. Derek Jones, the former Dynamo. Well, he goes to the Columbus Crew now from Charlotte. He's collecting teams like Arnold Palmer golf clubs. You know, some of these guys fit into this category in MLS where you just feel like they're going to have a ton of teams. All right, that's going to do it here tonight. Again, big thank you to Lamont Brands. That's where you get the Soccer Matters T-shirts and hats. March 17th, great soccer club in Houston, Cy-Fair Dynamo Youth. We have the pediatric cancer event that will benefit the Snowdrop Foundation. It's a soccer clinic. We want as many people out there as possible. I just posted the link on Twitter. Big thank you to Andrew Carlson, who moves on today from ESPN 97.5, who is a big part of this show. Every show we do, Andrew is a part of it. You too, Soccer Matters, Twitter and Instagram at Glenn Davis Sock, at Soccer Matters GD, TikTok Soccer Matters. Good night until Wednesday at 6. I'm Glenn Davis.